When you're sad and blue and everything is putting you down, you know the world keeps spinning around.
Of World MST, we are bringing you an exclusive live session of 6 hours, which is full of information and inspiration and lots of knowledge about MS. So listen to the podcast of amazing doctors like Dr. Tom O'Brien, Dr. Bedre, Dr. Jabin Moore, Dr. Zolo, Dr. Gemma Newman, and Susanna Churchill. So stay tuned and let's celebrate the World MS Day. Good evening, everybody. How are you all? It's good evening for some and good morning for the others. Well, I was looking forward for this session since a very long time, and the person joining us today, I don't want him to call him guest, because now I can say, more than a guest, he's like a family member to us, Dr. Mike Zolo. He has been there with us and helping all of you here answer your questions related to MS and exercises. As we know that exercises play a lot of important role in MS. It helps you improve your fitness, endurance, strength, and it also helps you control your bladder, bowel problem, and decrease fatigue. Exercises can do wonders to a person with exercises. Well, many of you already know Dr. Zolo very well, and I'm very glad to invite him here with us again. So I'm gonna add Dr. Zolo, and you can ask your questions to him. Well, we're connecting. Hi, doctor. How are you?
Hello.
Good morning. I really did not have to give you a lot of introduction about you, because many people already know you so well and people have been waiting for your session again. So how are you doing today?
Today is very sunny here. It's good.
Yeah,
85.
Wow. In India, it's just raining madly. It's raining bad. Well, to talk about exercises, doctor, can you just tell about a little bit of your experience about what kind of MS patients come to you, and with what kinds of questions do they come to you mostly?
So I get patients that come in who have just been diagnosed in the past couple of months, not really sure what entails. We get them at a higher level of functioning, sometimes just like a little bit of foot drop and off steadiness, fatigue. Then I get them diagnosed for 10, 15 years, doing really well. Numbness that they want to work on, or, low back pain, still some balance deficits. I get also individuals who have been diagnosed for years, have had many exacerbations. I get a couple individuals with wheelchairs, but in our facility we have a body weight harness to help get them up. And a lot of the questions How can I help with numbness? How can I help with fatigue? Diet, is diet important? How can I help with my sleep cycle?
Okay, so can we say that majorly the people come up with questions like numbness as their first symptom when they are diagnosed with MS?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. Some of them just have visual symptoms. I feel like a lot of them, to me, typically come in and say that they're off, and that's how they get diagnosed after getting the MRIs. Perhaps.
So we can say that numbness is very common, of course. So doctor, what do you think? Like, is all the symptoms that we have in MS, like exercises really help people with MS to recover? And what about the people on wheelchair? You know, can they have a hope with physiotherapy and exercises to come back to normal life?
Yeah, so I mean, everyone has, a lot of my patients that come in, everyone makes some sort of improvements. The main thing is just to really keep it consistent. To build strength takes a lot of time, especially if there was lesions that affects, your hips or your ankles. Those aren't just going to come back in 1 or 2 weeks, but it's all a matter of being consistent, getting involved in an exercise regimen, and really not trying to give up the hobbies that you once had, because many of my patients are told by their doctors, to stop doing certain things like running or hiking. But
Right.
that's really the wrong belief. We want to try to keep everyone as active as possible. Find hobbies or skills that they can do that are going to keep them active, that they enjoy. So it's not just kind of seems like, it's mandatory, but it's something that they can kind of do as part of their life.
So a person has to be active always, no matter if they have fatigue or if they have numbness or any kind of problem. Keeping active is the key. If you want to get recover,
Correct.
you have to exercise. Right. I think I can see a few questions coming up already. We can address the questions one by one. So the first question I can see is by Warrior Spirits. He has written, Doctor, is hydrotherapy good for MS patients? Can we all do it?
Yeah, the water is fantastic because, a lot of times my patients will be scared to train their balance on the floor because of falling. Falling is always a huge fear, and then it reduces the confidence. The benefit of the water is that you can train your balance system and your leg strength um, without that fear of falling. And, it's also very good because we can try to work on endurance. We can work a lot on hip strength, ankle strength. So some of the exercise I recommend to do in the pool is backward walking to really work on that glute strength, as well as side step walking. Just doing laps in the pool sideways and backwards, because those are going to really help the balance system. Other good ones is really just kind of holding on to the railing or the ledge of the pool, trying to go up on the toes, going up on the heels to work on the ankles, as well as just general like hip range of motion. But the other thing is that if someone has a lot of spasticity or increased muscle tone, we can use the pool to really relax those muscles and get a nice prolonged stretch to help them relax a lot better than stretching on the level surface.
So even if people do not know swimming, they can still walk in water. That's what can be suggested to them.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. And also probably it will also help during if someone has heat intolerance. So water also cools your body. So even that can
Yeah,
benefit a
so
person.
I know a lot of times they make specific like pool workouts for individuals with MS. They make sure the water temperature is cooler than the average. So if
Okay.
someone's going in there with fibromyalgia, they might have the water temperature a little bit higher to heat up the body. For
Oh,
MS specifically, you would want the water temperature to be a little bit lower than the average, just so the body doesn't overheat.
oh, wonderful. Okay. So we're moving on to the next question, Doctor. Sarah Suryavanshi has written, Doctor, what is MS hug and what are the exercises for MS hug?
So MS hug is really like a phenomenon where a lot of individuals get a lot of chest tightness, and it might cause difficulty in breathing. The muscles get very, very tight and cause like a lot of panic. So sometimes we posted a video on my Instagram, the NeuroDoc exercises for MS hug specifically, and a lot of those just really entail opening up the chest wall, laying on your back, like over a physical wall like this, or just a doorway. While you're doing that, take breaths in and out to and expanding the rib cage. Also trying to keep a nice upright posture, because especially now, a lot of individuals at home and they're very slouched forward, they're pecked forward, their shoulders are rounded, they're typing like this, and that's causing a lot of tightness.
Right.
When that happens, it causes difficulty in breathing. So we really want to encourage chest bone up, not forward, but really retract down, and really just, a lot of times like a pillow, and put the pillow behind your.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's a lack of the signal. I'm not able to hear you. Your video is paused. Okay, guys, I think we'll wait for a second. Well, I can see a lot of questions coming up, and yeah, stay tuned with us, and we'll ask the doctor about your queries. If you have any questions regarding MS and exercises, please write about the questions here, and we will address it. For the people who do not know, Dr. Mike Zolo and us, Multiple Sclerosis.AWARENESS, we have been doing a lot of sessions on Zoom together, and we have been inviting him to take some of the workshops with us, and he has been advising people personally about what exercises they should do, how they should do, and all. And he has been really kind with us, and he has also posted a lot of videos known as MS Mondays. Those videos are related to numbness, related to stiffness, related to MS hug, and the other kind of problems he has already posted. You can have the access of these videos in our Instagram and IGTV, as well as you can see them in his IGTV as well. So you have the access of videos in both our accounts. I am thinking maybe there's either a problem of network with the doctor, or maybe he's got a call in between, so there's a lag. I am not able to see him here. Well, till the time we are waiting for him, we can keep on talking. So if you have any other questions you are asked, you can keep writing down here, and we'll wait for the doctor to join us ASAP. Well, I also want to mention to you guys that we have been doing a lot of sessions with the doctors recently, with the patients, and it's incredible. We can see the fabulous response of all of you, and thank you very much for being with us. It's your support is actually motivating us to do a lot more. Hi, doctor.
Sorry, my phone overheated and shut down.
Is it iPhone? Can I ask you, is it iPhone? Because it happens with me too all the time.
All right, so yeah, sorry about that. So yeah, we were talking about the MS hug. I was showing to keep an upright posture, but really, refer back to that video where I demonstrate course for MS hug. But then also talking about relaxation techniques, because a lot of times with anxiety and panic attacks, that also causes a lot of tightness. So that can kind of be used with MS hugs.
Right. Doctor, you were talking about, people nowadays bending over and doing the work, because of which they get the MS tightness here. And also because of their wrong posture, people also complain a lot of times about the backaches. Can you show us the right posture of sitting that people should maintain so that they can avoid such problems?
Yeah, so if someone is working at a desk, or sitting in a chair, you don't want to have your feet hanging off. You don't want your feet hanging in the air.
Yes.
So you can use the tool. You also don't want to sit kind of like this, because kind of keeping your hips in a nice free posture, as well as upright. If you're tight, you want to make sure your wrists are not like this high. You want to keep them nice and controlled.
Right. Okay. Thank you, doctor. Moving on to the next question that we have here is by Mysterious Bruises, and she has written, regarding exercises, should it be little and often, or longer sessions? I mean to ask, how long should we do the exercises daily basis?
Yeah, so if you're just starting off with exercise, start off, nice and gentle, because we don't want to go from not exercising for a long time to just doing a straight hour. And we always want to do some balance within the workouts, not strength training, doing things that are going to be more repetitive, get more endurance. Usually one side is weaker, so let's just say if the right hip are weaker, what I always recommend is do 3 sets of a workout, do an additional 2 sets on those weaker muscles to even out that strength. Because if the one side begins to feel, the other side is going to come. When we get those compensations, when we get the fatigue. So I would always say start gentle, but the key is to try to do something every day, not just 3 times a week, but really if it's just a walk or a bike ride or some strength training or a cardiovascular and then
Doctor, I am sorry, but your video is getting prick little bit. It's getting hanged a little, so we can't hear you very clearly. It's just,
okay.
Yeah, it's not very clear. I'll stop you whenever we are not able to hear you properly.
Okay.
The other question I can see popping on the screen is by Malison. And she's written, I'm very active but still have quite a bit of nerve pain at night. Any suggestions for it?
Yeah, so nerve pain can be confused just from traditional like sciatic pain. So if the pain is in the arm, in the fingertips, that can be coming from the neck, or it could be coming from the elbow, or it could be like a carpal tunnel. If the nerve pain is going down the leg, it can also be from like a sciatica or some type of peripheral nerve entrapment. So what I always recommend is trying to go to a physical therapist who works with patients with MS, and trying to see if they can help figure out where is that nerve pain stemming from, because people without MS have nerve pain as well. We just have to figure out where is it coming from. We did post a video earlier on your website about the nerve pain in MS, so they can always relate to see some of those workouts. But another good tool is going to get an EMG or a nerve conduction study, because I can tell you exactly where your MS, where the nerve pain is coming from. Don't think that your nerve pain is just because of your MS, because it can be an orthopedic issue as well, 100%.
Okay. And doctor, do MS patients also complain about sciatic pain or something?
Yeah, especially if they're losing their balance, and a lot of times I'll see that when people are losing their balance, they might kind of fall backwards a little bit, and the more you do that, then it can compress the nerves. In addition, legs are weak and they're trying to pick something up from the floor, they might not be squatting correctly. They might just be kind of bending this way, and that's also very important. It's sure that we're not bending incorrectly, because if we do, it's going to cause a lot of compression. Things to practice are some squatting. You can hold on to a chair or a countertop in front and bend your knees, or hold by a wall and try to sit your butt down nice and gentle to work on those proper mechanics. If the quads are very weak, then a lot of individuals aren't going to really squat down, because they might not be able to help themselves back up. It's important to prevent low back sciatica pain.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the next question, we have a question by Wrestle News here. It's written, is there a way to quickly get rid of the headaches? I have been suffering from one from the past few days and it's not getting any better.
Yes, so one, we have to make sure that we're hydrated, because if we're not getting a lot of water, and then also a lot of it could be certain foods that can trigger headaches, like caffeines or foods, wines, cheeses, chocolates, all those things. So if someone's been eating a lot of that, or if they stopped eating a lot of food to go on a diet, the body might not be used to it. If it's a tension headache, we could always try kind of putting our hands behind the head, chin nice and in, and then just kind of pull the scalp up a little bit, and you're going to feel that stretch underneath the head. That's a very good one. I recommend holding that 20 seconds about 3 to 5 times. And feel like the headaches are starting to reduce, then that means that the source of your headache is kind of coming from muscular tension. Inadequate sleep can also cause headaches. Too much 4th of July causing the headache. So, I would try this. There's a lot of vitamins that can help, like magnesium, can help with headache. But also seeing like a physical therapist or chiropractor can address and work on the neck muscles.
All right, thank you. Moving on to the next question by MS Jelly Legs. She has written, I noticed my lower legs shins are getting tired and they are aching. I might be overdoing my exercises 6 days a week. I enjoy it also, but is it too much?
I don't think it's too much. If it might just be not enough stretching. So if the shins are very tight, work on stretching out, or a really good stretch shins is kind of the kneeling position and just rock your hips back, kind of like child's pose, but keep your body upright. So that would be really good. You can also ice and just kind of rub the shin area with an ice cube,
Right.
because it'll help loosen it up. But definitely, it could just be really sore and stretching.
Right. We can see the other question popping up on the screen by is Miss. She's written, could you give me more information about physical disabilities of MS?
Yeah, it can definitely cause visual changes from optic nerve. It can cause a lot of balance deficits because the legs and the muscles. Then it can cause fatigue. Muscles are not really strong enough trying to continue your normal walk. It can cause urinary and bladder dysfunction. Those nerves get affected. So, a lot of weakness, a lot of fatigue, a lot of balance deficits, visual deficits are part of the disease.
Right. Moving on to the next question by Warrior Spirits again. He's written, Doctor, my neck is very stiff and I'm having a bad headache too. The headache seems to worsen when I look down. Could this be a posture-related problem?
Yeah, because when you look down, that also kind of starts to move the middle back. So another good one is really just by a wall, having your head up with your head straight, lean forward, and that's going to pick up that whole middle back region. You can also get a foam roller and kind of roll the middle back out quite a bit. So there's a bunch, but definitely, for headache, typically for chiropractor, for patients with MS, definitely do some manual therapy techniques to address that.
Okay. Doctor, can you explain a little difference about what is spasticity, spasm, and cramps? Because people do come up with these three things. They want to know about what's the difference between them and if something happens, what are the symptoms related to it?
Yeah, so if a muscle is very, very tense, and if there's pain around the area, neck hurts, or you whiplash, or all the muscles around it will spasm up. So if you kind of poke in that area, feel the muscle just kind of put a little bit. That's a muscle spasm. It's a kind of protect the body from causing. So the way to reduce spasm is by doing some stretching. It is really a body's response to stretch. So if I take my wrist and go like this, the body will stretch at a certain time. It happens a lot in the wrist extensors, the gastroc muscles. So that is like a motor neuron response. And that can also be by prolonged stretching, but very slow. So I wouldn't just wrist go like this. Nice and gentle, very slowly, help the muscle relax by heat. Cramps a lot of times can really be vitamin deficiency. So, I would encourage to, when you see the nerve, get a blood panel and potassium, iron, magnesium, because any one of those that are deficient can cause a lot of cramp. It all from fatigue.
Okay. Doctor, there's one more question that we get very often nowadays. So, since it's a lockdown period and people have been in their house since 2 to 3 months, people are complaining a lot about fatigue. So, can you just tell us if fatigue is there, then person should exercise or not, and if yes, in how much duration? Because along with fatigue, people also complain of pain, probably in the legs or weakness in the legs or arms. So, how is pain and fatigue related, and if they can do exercises at that time?
Yeah, so with the lockdown, there's a lot of people working from home. So it's really getting the program that you're going to be active, because if we from standing during work and moving around for 8 to 10 hours to just sitting in a chair for 8 hours, it's a lot less activity. Really trying to find a way to active throughout the day while you are home. If you're feeling, we did a few lower level activities first post. I would recommend that, but just trying to get into a consistent habit every day, not just a week.
Okay. I'm seeing the other question here on the screen, which is, Doctor, is there any special kind of shoes that a person should wear with MS?
Yeah, so I know a lot of patients, they don't like to wear socks because it's very hypersensitive. So really want to wear something very supportive. I know some of my patients wear like on grip and fine motor control with the shoelaces, but you want to try to really get something that's very supportive so your ankle roll, because that can cause a fall. There's no specific, it's just making sure that you are not just wearing slip-on shoes.
Okay. So there can be something which is more supportive. So different people with different disabilities can have different kind of things to support themselves.
Right.
Okay. Moving to the next question, is physical therapy useful for bowel movements and for special problems?
Yeah, they have pelvic floor specialists, so they would specialize in that for sure. That's not something that I do, but um, they can do some like internal with that, but really more so just getting on a schedule. So you do that a lot with spinal cord injury patients that have no control of their bladder. Really go to the bathroom around the same time in the morning. Try not to drink water. Have a big like 3 hours before bed. You don't want to have an instance in the middle of the night. So it's really trying to get on a consistent schedule. Same, and they do have the physical therapists that are specialized in like.
All right. I can see the next question. Piracy News again is written, can physical therapy be helpful for symptoms like speech and swallowing problems and bowel problems also, of course?
So physical therapy doesn't work on the speech, but speech therapy does. They have speech pathologists. They 100% that.
Doctor, lots of people, nowadays complain about cognitive issues. How is MS related to them, and is there any way that physical therapy can be helpful for that?
Yeah, so a lot of memory. So what we do with our patients, try to incorporate a lot of cognitive program. So boxing quite a lot. I'll give a patient like start with like 4 common left, right, make it in. If they're good at that, I give them 6 to 8. I could tell them right, left, right, and then see if they can remember the combinations. Change it up with different combinations, hooks, uppercuts. We also do the same with our balance. We'll set like different cones up, and I'll say have the yellow, green, yellow, orange, working on like vision and balance. But they also have therapy that can help with motor planning, and they can also, if the memory is really, really impaired, then I would recommend getting a neuropsychological test, because that's a 5-hour battery, and from there they work on memory, cognitive function.
Okay. And doctor, if someone has a relapse, So after having the relapse, then can they start? Of course, they are probably on steroids or any other special medications. Can they start with the exercises immediately after having relapse, or they have to rest for some times and then start it? What do you suggest in this case?
So we made a video of exercises post exacerbation of MS. So I would prefer everyone to either go to the page or the neuro doc page and look at those videos, because if you're in bed, don't move for 3 days, you're going to start to automatically lose tone just after 3 bed rest. So the last thing you want to do is long bed rest, because it's longer for those muscles to wake up again. I always recommend moving your legs in the bed or trying to tighten up your glutes, pumping your ankles up, make motion as possible. It's recommended to do that as quickly as possible to develop loss of muscle tone.
Okay. Doctor, there's one more thing. So apart from the cognitive issues, the numbness and the pain, people also complain about vision problem. I understand vision problem is something else, but can if we exercise, can vision problem, can it also improve with exercises? Is there a study done that way?
Yeah, so you could definitely work on vision. Certain physical therapists, therapists deliver vision problems. There's also therapists that are usually associated with neurooptometry, which it's not just a regular eye doctor, but neurooptometry. And, simple things like just having fingers up on here and just practice eyes side to side. Have your fingers up and down, eyes side to side. You can do an eye chart from far away and close up. Cover one eye chart from far, eye chart from close up. That for a few lines, and then use the other side. So you're trying one eye at a time. But there's specific vision problems. You should have a neurooptometrist that can really assess so not doing the wrong exercise.
Okay, so these are the, I think, kind of ways when we go to neurologist, even they check our vision this way. So yeah, so this can be a kind of exercise also we can do. Doctor, talking about the other thing, which is depression, again, during the lockdown, and, people do complain a lot about fatigue and depression. So what do you think, I've read a lot of studies that people with depression, if they exercise a lot, probably they can overcome depression kind of feeling. What do you think about that?
I agree 100%. Exercise releases hormones that are going to help with overall mood and quality of life. And trying to think of techniques that are going to help. Because sometimes in a period of panic, breathing, doing things like yoga, meditation, like that help ease the mind. Diet is also huge. Inflammatory diets will increase depressions. We discuss there's different try to stay away from, but getting involved in exercise regimen, healthy quality of eating, getting adequate sleep can all help with overall mood, release of correct hormones to reduce.
Okay. So, of course, so doctor, talking about this again, I also want to know, is there any kind of specific exercise, person should do? For example, some people prefer yoga, some people prefer gym exercises, some people prefer just walking alone, some prefer hydro. Is there any kind of ratings given to these exercises? These are more beneficial, or, a person can do anything based on their body and their benefits that they're getting.
Yeah, you want to find what's most enjoyable, because the goal is that you enjoy your sense of exercise, and you don't do it just because you feel like you have to do it. I would always just try combinations. You don't want to just hydrotherapy, because when you're in the pool, you have pressure in your joints, which is good. You're also not that bone density. So swimmers, sclerosis, because they're always in the water, their body's in the appropriate amount of density that they need. Just do water, but I would recommend water, exercise or yoga. Um, I would always try to find like different combinations.
Okay. We have the other question saying earlier I used to be heat intolerant and cooler weather made me feel better. But now I feel like I'm cold intolerant, and whenever I'm exposed to it, I start sneezing about 5 to 15 times in a row. Is this anyways MS related?
I mean, check with an allergist. I mean, I know that's MS related. I would ask the group and see if anyone has. I know that I've had patients like this, and then they like cold related, and I'm not sure if it's related. I would kind of leave that question to the group and see if anyone else. But I would check out the allergist and see if it's be related to something that they're.
Many people also complain about cold feet or hot feet. That is also quite common in MS. That their cold feet in all of a sudden gets very cold, and they really have to put the heat pad, or it becomes very hot. They have the burning sensation in their feet. Is things like heat pad and cold pad enough for that, or is there any kind of stretches a person should do in such situations?
It could definitely be a circulation. If we're just sitting all the time, feet not moving around. So I would recommend along the bed, as well as up on the seat, as well as standing up, raises to raises. Those will help with the circulation system. The hotness in the feet can really be from like a nerve pain. So I would try some videos close to the head, as well as the nerve tension. If not helps or improves, then I would ask their specialist and see if they can take a look at that. But it could be directly related from the MS. If we're around all day or laying down, we're not. So that's what I think.
Okay. MS really has run the cold always bothered me, but now it's the heat. I seem to switch between the two. I know it's temperature change probably that affects her and makes her more fatigued. Okay. Doctor, this other question by W. Kalmi, and she's written, is there anything you can recommend for stiff legs? And yes, Doctor, I'm getting the question from the other people also. Remark. They're saying your sound is a little glitchy. We're not getting very clear signal. Probably if you can just move to some other location or something, I'm not sure.
Is this better?
And you need to speak a little more.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll see if this is, I'm holding my phone now.
Yeah,
this is better.
Yes,
I had my phone down, so maybe that's why. So I'm holding it now.
Yeah, it was breaking a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, so for stiff legs, same thing. You just got to keep them moving, as well as doing a lot of stretching. So when we do a stretch, we don't want to just hold for 10 seconds. If you're under the age of 65, you want to hold a stretch for 30 seconds at least, minimum. If you're over the age of 65, you want to hold the stretches for 1 minute minimum, because that will allow the collagen to actually stretch out. So if the legs are stiff, we got to stretch them out and we got to keep them moving.
Okay. And what about the back, doctor? People complain a lot about back, especially the lower back. Is it actually posture related only, specifically lower back?
Yeah, that could be a lot from just core weakness, core instability, as well as lifting things incorrectly, so that's why we have to work the knees to make sure we're bending properly. Same thing as like when we're cooking or doing laundry, we got to make sure that we're not just twisting in to pick something up, but we always have to be aware of our posture. I know a lot of neurologists will usually just send for like brain and cervical and thoracic MRI. They don't really send for low back MRI because they don't think about the orthopedic things. But I would always recommend if the back pain is persistent to get a low back x-ray and MRI, and also see a physical therapist that can assist with a good core strengthening program. And make sure the therapist is looking at how you're doing things around the house, such as cooking, cleaning, and laundry, or even picking up your kids, picking up your pets, to make sure that you're not lifting incorrectly.
Right. So posture and even bending is something which everybody should take care of. Doctor, apart from numbness and the pain and the weakness, sometimes people complain about heaviness. You know, sometimes they feel their hand is getting heavy or their leg is getting heavy. Why is this heaviness which comes into picture? Because I believe heaviness also results later on in pain. So what is heaviness all about?
So that could be from the nerve or just like a feeling of overall fatigue. A lot of my patients say that their legs feel like lead and it's very hard to cut and carry them. So that could be from the nerve that's just really not supplying the function to the muscle, and that muscle is being overworked to try to act normal. So the more strengthening that we do to that specific body part, like let's say it's the hip that feels very heavy, we have to
Right.
work on that hip flexion, that iliopsoas muscle, followed up with some prolonged stretching. Once we get the strength back, it's not going to need to feel like it needs to overwork and compensate, and the heaviness should reduce.
Okay. And doctor, can you also suggest, like, for example, if a person is paralyzed, you know, so if a paralyzed person can, you know, do a little exercises or not, what do you say? I mean, of course, they cannot do it by themselves. Probably they will require physiotherapy coming and helping them do the exercises. But what is the stage of doing the exercises? Is it like they have to go slowly, or they can just start with maybe 30 minutes exercise per day, or they have to do with like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then probably think of increasing? What is the process of exercising for them?
Yeah, so I have one patient who comes in right now, and she has no movement in her arms and legs, so it's the most severe case of MS that I've seen. But we're working on her neck because she has neck mobility, so she can control her joystick for the wheelchair. And we're working on that neck strength, so her neck just doesn't stay in a flexed posture. But you know, if someone has some little range of motion, we got to work on maintaining as much strength and mobility as possible. If one side is paralyzed and the other side is functional, then we got to really work on that functional side and building a lot of strength through that functional side, because it can kind of cross paths and help with the weaker side. But passive range of motion is very important, because we have to make sure that we don't develop contractures, because then it's going to be very tough to move around. So specifically stretching out the ankles, the hamstrings, the shoulders, and the wrist.
Okay. Moving on to the next question by W. Kalmi again. She's written, does the type of bed that you sleep in play an important role in waking up stuff? And if so, what type of bed is the best for someone with MS? I'm 54 years old man.
So the type of mattress, one, I wouldn't get any like foam that is not breathable, because then it can retain heat, and we don't want anyone sleeping hot. So really, it depends on the individual's weight. If someone is really heavy, you need to buy a firmer mattress. If someone is really light, you need to buy something a little bit softer, because you want to make sure your shoulders and your hips and your knees are all in line. I used to sell mattresses for 9 years, so this is a great question for me. But you just got to make sure the mattress is not too soft, that you're not sinking in, but also sleeping position. You don't want to sleep on your stomach, because that's going to hurt the back and the neck. The ideal position is on the back with one pillow, or on the side with one pillow.
Okay. And
But
Dr.
I would, yeah, sorry,
Sorry.
I would invest in a really, really good mattress, because if you're sleeping on it every day, it's worth spending a lot of money on something that you're gonna, have for 10 years, as opposed to getting an inexpensive mattress. So I would definitely highly invest in a great mattress, because you're on it every single day.
Right. Doctor, can you tell a little about the pillows also? What kind of pillows people should use? Because nowadays we get varieties of pillows. And what is the correct type of pillow person should use? Or should they use pillow also or not, is one question.
Yeah, so you want to use one pillow. You never want to stack the pillows on top of each other. And it's the same thing. You want to, everyone's head shape is different. So if you have a really big head, you don't want to get a very thick pillow. You want to get a little bit thinner. If you have, you just want to make sure that your neck and your middle back are in line, so that when you're sleeping, your head is not like this and it's not too far down. You want to keep it nice and level with the rest of your body.
Okay. Okay. And what about the gel pillows, doctor, that we get nowadays? Nowadays we get gel pillows apart from the feather and the cotton pillows. Are they?
I like the gel pillows.
Okay.
That's the
So
one that I
is it for
recommend is
everyone?
the Yeah, like a nice cool gel pillow. They usually be like right around 80 to $100. You know, I wouldn't buy like the $10, $15 one because it'll probably retain heat. Same thing, really invest in a great pillow.
All right. Moving on to next question. Is there any kind of crepe bandage that helps in numbness?
I don't know what that is.
And the crepe bandage that we have, probably it's the when a person gets sprained or something, they tie the brown color bandage.
Oh, like an
So
ace bandage.
yeah,
Uh,
probably if someone
no,
has
I
numbness
mean that
in
wouldn't
it.
really help with the numbness. I mean, numbness is usually from the nerve, so we got to work on specific nerve reduction techniques. But there's
Yeah,
a video on my Instagram, NeuroDoc,
yeah,
that specifics is entitled "Numbness for MS." So I would look at that video and take a look.
right. The other question is that is there any information about brain fog?
Yeah, that's when it comes to more cognitive. That's when I would really see like a neuropsychologist and see if they can figure out what's going on with that. But same thing like vitamins. There's a lot of vitamin supplementation that can assist with, cognitive function, eating healthy, and really just working on motor planning techniques. So if someone forgets their appointments all the time, you can use like a Google Calendar or an alarm that can help, remind them to take medications, really trying to find some strategies.
Right. Okay. Moving on to the other question by Evie, and he's written, "What about trembling? My legs sometimes tremble very bad."
Like shaking, is that what you mean?
Yes, it's like shaking.
So that could just be from spasticity. Um, I would really, if the leg is shaking, you could try having it just kind of compress it down towards the floor or doing
Okay.
some exercises that are going to be weight bearing. So sitting and standing can help, just kind of bringing your foot up and down on the floor. Trying to do like a nice, slow, prolonged stretch can assist with that.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to the next question by W. Kalmi again, and he's written, "Do you think hyperbaric treatment is beneficial for MS?"
I would ask the group if anyone has tried it. I would ask your neurologist if they recommend it. Um, Everybody is different, so I would say try it and see how you feel. And if you like it, tell your friends about it so they can get the same results. We don't really have any near where I live, so I've never tried it. I've never had any of my patients try it, but I know that it is beneficial for a lot of conditions like brain injury, concussions. I haven't had any of my individuals with MS undergo it, but I would check with your neurologist.
Okay. Doctor, can you suggest a little about diet? I can see some people are asking about eggs and other things, you know. Can you tell about some kind of exercises that you probably suggest when a person is doing physiotherapy or exercises that MS people can follow?
Yeah, so I know if you check on the MS Society webpage, they have a bunch of ideas about nutrition, but I would try to find a nutritionist that focuses on MS. There's a lot of books on proper diet, like Terry Walls is the MS patient who changed their life with diet, and a lot of people follow that diet. A lot of MS clinics might put patients on like a paleo diet, but really, you want to try to limit things that are going to inflame the body, such as gluten and dairy. That's really the main thing. The more, a lot of people are very sensitive to gluten and dairy, as well as limit, alcohols and things of that sort.
Right. No, I can also add to this that some people with MS, they do not like gluten. Some people they do not like dairy, and some people don't even like legumes. Maybe legumes, give them a little bit of fatigue or something. So every individual is different. So everybody who is suffering with MS, probably they can maintain their own diary, make your own journal, and see that today if they eat this, tomorrow how they're feeling, how's the symptom going like. and probably they can have their own chart about the diet that they're following and they should follow for their body. The other question is by Misha Bear, and she's written, other than stretching, what can you recommend for restless legs at night?
Yeah, so I would recommend getting a blood panel to see what you're vitamin deficient in. It could be protein, it could be iron, it could be magnesium, and you can add some of those things in your water to just try to get additional vitamin supplementation. If none of those work, then I would see a vascular doctor because it could be a vascular issue. But I would really try to get some blood flow through the legs before bed, so maybe going like a nice walk 10-15 minutes to try to get everything going before you go to bed.
Okay. Doctor, do you also get patients complaining about any kind of symptoms after having their certain medications? And if, what kind of symptoms have you heard telling you about their problems?
I mean, a lot of it could be GI issues, constipation. It could be, more fatigue. It can cause more muscle aches and pains. So in regards to medication, I don't make any medication suggestions. That's more, I would stick with your primary care physician or your neurologist.
Okay, but if someone has any kind of symptoms after certain medications, should they rest or should they also exercise, continue with exercises after?
It depends what the symptoms are,
Hmm. Okay.
So
I think
if a medication is delivering some pretty serious symptoms, I might wait for those symptoms to kind of ease off a little bit and then try to participate in the exercise.
Okay, I can see there's another question about the treatment for numb legs, which you've already addressed. Doctor already has posted a video about exercises for numb legs. Doctor, would like to say about this?
Would I?
Yeah.
Yeah, just check with the videos, and yeah, it was addressed a few times earlier today.
I can see another question again asking about the supplements that you can recommend that would be helpful for MS. Like you said, vitamins and all that can be taken. And for MS specifically, it's mainly vitamin D that people recommend.
Right, vitamin D supplementation, as they see that having an adequate vitamin D level will reduce your chance of exacerbation of symptoms. I know a lot of neurologists will give their patients actually vitamin D injections monthly, like 10,000 IUs. So, but vitamin D is very important. Try to go outside and get at least 15 minutes of it throughout the day.
Doctor, is there any kind of special clothing that a person should wear while exercising and so that they feel comfortable? You want to tell about that?
Yeah, I would just make sure that we're not wearing too many layers so we don't overheat our body.
Yes. And doctor, I also would like to ask you about COVID-19, So since COVID-19 has come, and is there any kind of specific exercises like people are saying if you do yoga, probably, you can stay fit and away, avoid getting any kind of problems, and you can do a lot of breathing exercises in yoga. Do you have anything to say about this for COVID-19 and yoga specific exercises, breathing exercises?
I would really try to get, in a combination of everything that we can.
Okay. And is there any kind of breathing exercises that you would like to recommend for MS specifically?
Breathing, I would really just try to, diaphragmatic breathing can be beneficial. Really just trying to expand the lungs so we don't get a reduced lung capacity.
Okay. All right. So I've been doing yoga since very long, and I think yoga specifically gives a lot of helps you with a lot of breathing exercises. Probably that can be done.
Sorry. Can you repeat that?
No problem. Doctor, I also would like to ask you if there is, what kind of exercises a person can do with TheraBands. Nowadays, we see that people use TheraBands, and TheraBands helps in balance exercises or stretches or pain-related exercises. For what kind of problems can TheraBands be used?
Yeah, so there was a few videos that we showed for hip, core, and arm strengthening. It can be used for full body strengthening, but mainly use it for the ankles and the hips. That can help with the balance. But yeah.
Okay. So, Doctor, I think we are close to 1 hour, and the Instagram might, again cut because there's a gap of 1 hour on Instagram live chats. Would you like to say something to the MS people before we get cut, or any kind of message from your side to all the MS patients?
Yeah, if anyone has any specific questions, just message me. It's very tough to sometimes take like general questions, but I try on the Instagram to post specific workouts and videos that everyone can do from home. So, just really know that however symptomatic you are, that those symptoms can improve with the appropriate, healthy living, healthy eating, and healthy amount of exercise. I would try to get involved with support groups around your area because with MS, so, try to get advice from your individuals, and really just try to find yourself a great physical therapist because that's very important, and acupuncturist can help. But like I said, if anyone has any questions, feel free to message me and, follow my page so you can see some of the workouts. I like to post a lot of my MS patients' exercise plans that we do in our clinic. And then I'm sure we're going to do this again so you can save some questions for the next time.
Okay. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
All right. Thank you so much. Enjoy your day.
Enjoy. For some people it's evening, of course. Well, welcome back again to our show, and yesterday we met Dr. Gretchen, and today I'm gonna meet a fabulous doctor. I'm sure you guys must have gone through her profile, Dr. Gemma Newman, and she's absolutely fabulous. She's gonna tell us about plant-based diet today and how it affects MS. Well, without wasting much of a time, I'm going to introduce herself to you and tell you what is exactly plant-based diet. Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Sorry,
Hi.
good evening.
It's about, what time is it
I'm
here?
sorry,
It's
I
4
can't hear
o'clock.
you.
Can you hear me?
Give me a second.
Let me just turn myself up.
Yeah, now I can hear you.
You can hear me. Hi, everybody. Hi, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Oh, Doctor, thank you so much for joining us here, and happy belated birthday.
Oh, thank you.
I hope the day was fabulous for you.
It was. I had a lovely day, thank you. Yes, it was yesterday. For those of you who are joining us, I had a birthday yesterday, and we had a lovely family day. I had it with my husband and my boys, my two sons, and yeah, we ended up doing a lot of Lego in the afternoon. No, but it was really nice.
So, but
It's not.
how did you celebrate during the pandemic? Is everything normal there?
Well, things are not normal, no. So I don't. I tell you what, I'm normally a big birthday lover. I've got to say, normally have a big party, or I have big do in London or something like that. But it's quite hard at the moment. Obviously, nobody's allowed to meet up in large groups, and so I wasn't able to do that. But different areas of the UK have different rules at the moment. So it's been nice. I was able to meet some friends out in the pub garden, and had another couple of friends over for dinner. So it was a very quiet birthday, but it was lovely.
Oh, wonderful. As long as you were enjoying it, it's okay.
Yeah, I did. I enjoyed it. It was lovely.
And yeah, safety comes first. That's the first priority.
Well, I suppose, yeah, I'm just trying to follow the rules as well, got to try and respect other people's boundaries as well. I think that's the thing, is it's a very tricky time to navigate at the moment. No one really quite knows, who's happy to sort of see each other out at a distance, who's happy to hug, who's happy not to. So yeah, no, but it was a lovely day. Thank you so much for bringing it up.
Okay, coming back to our session, firstly, yeah, thank you so much for taking out time today, the first day of the week, and it must be all busy for you. And still you took out time to do this. And people have been waiting to hear about plant-based diet, to know what plant-based exactly is. We hear about vegetarian diets and vegan diet. Now it's a plant-based diet. There's so many different types of diets. And then we have different kinds of diet like keto diet and paleo diet and so many. And it's quite confusing for people,
Yeah.
And then with MS, it's very much complicated as well. For some people, dairy doesn't suit. For some people, gluten doesn't suit. For some people, almonds even doesn't suit. So it's really kind of complicated. So we want to help and assistance here to help us understand what plant-based diet is and what benefits does it have on MS.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, plant-based is basically a very big umbrella term that means having the majority of your diet from natural sources, close to nature, grown in the ground, fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes predominantly. And legumes can be things like chickpeas and lentils and green beans and things like that. That's what it means. It's very broad. When someone is vegan, it means that they choose to exclude certain things from their diet, like meat and dairy, but they don't necessarily exclude other things such as sugar or processed flour or junk food, ice creams, things like that. And whole foods plant-based tends to refer specifically to a pattern of eating which is really fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes, nuts and seeds and herbs and spices, and then a mixture of all of those things in whichever meal that you're preparing, as well as a B12 supplement. So that is the very basic thing that you can understand by a whole foods plant-based approach. There are different nuances to it, but that is the essential thing that you need to know.
Right. And doctor, what do you think about MS and its diet? And how much do you think does a diet affect any kind of chronic illness for that matter?
I think that nutrition is always important because it's the building blocks from which you make your body. So I think it's a very emotional issue for a lot of people because what you eat is so tied up with who you are, your traditions, your upbringing, and people develop some sort of closely guarded loyalties, as it were, to different kinds of foods. So I would say it's important to try to have an approach that fits in with your lifestyle, but also to understand that there are certain things you can do that will really benefit you in your journey, and they won't necessarily be like a panacea for all ill, but I guarantee you that if you're focusing on foods that nourish your body, mind and soul, that you will reap the benefits in one way or another. I can give anecdotes of people who have been able to reverse certain symptoms of things like multiple sclerosis, and I can talk about trials where people have really benefited from using dietary techniques to manage their illness. So I think when we would take all of that in combination, it does lead to a really exciting possibility that people have got a little bit more control over their well-being, how they feel, how they move, than they thought. I think that's really important, because it does help to empower people that they can make a difference. And, you know, I've had many patients that have received this kind of diagnosis, and it can feel like a real sucker punch, and you don't know what to do with it, and you don't know what it means for your future, and it can be really scary for people. And, you know, quite disempowering, really. And, you know, that's the last thing I want people to feel. I want people to feel like they have some hope, and that they can make a difference in their own lives in whatever shape or form that can be, and that it can be simple to do.
That's positive. Thank you so much. And Doctor, so I can say, you know, the world is actually moving towards diet conscious people. People are getting more aware about what they're eating, their nourishment. And there's also a group of people, you know, if they are diagnosed with any kind of illness, for example, MS, they want to, you know, bring changes in their diet, in their activity levels, exercise, and not take medicines. And they want to get cured with this kind of regime itself. What take do you have on that? I mean, you think we should be, you know, controlling our diet and exercise along with the medicines, or just turning away from medicines is also something which people are doing, and that's okay for some?
I think it depends on the person, and
Yes.
as a doctor I like to use everything in my toolbox. And so if somebody is not responding to medications, then it's great that they can introduce lifestyle techniques. And if somebody's enjoying lifestyle techniques which mean they no longer have symptoms, then I'm happy for them to reduce their medications. But it's really their choice, and that's something that I would like to help them with in my clinical practice, certainly. And as long as we've had that discussion and they know the pros and the cons, then the choice is theirs. But there's no doubt that, you know, certain dietary and lifestyle interventions do help. And I don't know if your community is aware of the work of Dr. Roy Swank. Is that someone that you've heard of?
No.
Dr. Roy Swank? No, well, he looked at MS data during World War II, and what he noticed was that people who had a rationing of meat and dairy during World War II, he noticed that they had a marked reduction in symptoms of their multiple sclerosis. And I suppose all scientific research starts with an observation, doesn't it? So that's what he observed, and so he decided to put it to the test. And he had in total, I think he had 144 patients, who he was able to follow up for many years. So the first study finished after, I think it was, let me just have a look. I've got some notes on this. 3 years, then 5 years, then 7 years, then 20 years, then unbelievably 34 years of follow-up. And the simple thing that he told these patients to do was to have a reduced saturated fat diet. And in those days, that basically meant to dramatically reduce their animal product consumption, because back then in the 1940s, 50s, there wasn't so much in the way of convenience foods that were high in saturated fat. So that's what it meant back then. And they had a diet that was around about 10% saturated fat. And these patients, on the whole, they tended to get a lot better. He said that those who took on this dietary intervention early on in the disease, it seemed to stop the progression in its tracks, with 95% of them having no further disability 34 years later. Can you imagine any kind of medication with that kind of success rate? I haven't found that in my clinical practice, certainly. And he noticed that those who did increase their saturated fat intake, they did start to notice that they might have some symptoms returning. So it was an intervention that tended to work for as long as people did it, according to his research, Dr. Roy Swank. So if that's something that interests people, then they can look that up as well. But there was another study I wanted to share. I hope that's all right if I share another study with your community.
Of course.
Yeah, it was basically 61 participants in a pilot study that were looking at the effects of a low-fat plant-based diet on MS and the disease progression, the disease activity, and the quality of life of the participants. And of those 61 patients participating, they were followed up for a year, and about half of them stuck with a very low-fat plant-based diet, and the other half didn't. And so first of all, they did brain MRI scans, and secondly, they did quality of life questionnaires. So they wanted to see, how it impacted them. And this is what's really interesting, is in this 1 year study, so it doesn't have the same follow-up as Dr. Swank's study of 34 years, which is really quite groundbreaking. But what they did have was MRI scans, and they wanted to see, did it make a difference? And what was interesting to me was that although the MRI scans of the brain had no significant changes during that time, what fascinates me was that in the quality of life questionnaires, there were significant improvements in relapse rate, in disability, and in fatigue scores across those who ate the plant-based intervention. Participants were able to lose weight, they were able to reduce their cholesterol, and they had higher scores in quality of life and overall mood as well. And, larger studies are needed, but this is really impressive. And I think it's something that, I certainly try to share with some of my patients in terms of data. But there are also some amazing personal stories as well of doctors and dietitians that have used these techniques in their own lives, but also for those of their patients. I'm sure you must be familiar with the work of Dr. Sari Stancic in the US. Do you know? Yeah, so she has MS, and she was able to use lifestyle medicine to improve her condition. And there's a PhD dietitian, Dr. Connor Curley, as well. He did a degree in nutrition and dietetics and a PhD, and he developed MS at the tender age of 15. And he had a sort of a severe left-sided paralysis as a result of that. This is all public information. I'm not sharing something personal or private. He's not my patient. But, he's someone I know well, and I'm delighted to tell you and all of your community that he, as well as Dr. Stancic, they both had a diagnosis, a young age, fit, healthy people. And because of their ability to use a whole food plant-based approach, now they are still symptom-free many years later. Dr. Curley, I think now, how many years has it been? It's been nearly 20 years since his initial diagnosis. And with Dr. Sari Stancic, I think she was diagnosed, I believe, around 2003. And again, she's doing brilliantly. So, it's lovely to have those kinds of case studies of people who've been studying nutrition, who've been doing this for a very long time, and who have their own personal experience of suffering from MS and what that means for them.
Doctor, after listening to all these researchers, which are really impressive, of course, I have one question in my mind. There are also patients who have been following, they have been vegetarian all their lives, right? And have been usually having plant-based diet and in fact avoiding dairy because of their personal choice. Still, they get MS sooner or later. Is it because of hereditary reasons or something which, I don't know, how can we explain that?
Well, I can't explain individual patients, obviously, but we know it's a degenerative condition of the immune system. We know it's where the fatty substance that surrounds the nerve ending, the nerve fibers in the brain and spine become attacked, the myelin. And that is an autoimmune process. And when doctors say autoimmune, well, it's kind of a euphemism for saying we don't really know why it happens. Because that there's an increasing amount of autoimmune diseases that are occurring these days, and there's a lot of environmental factors that are at play as well. And you mentioned the role of gluten. I think that part of the reason why a lot of people have certain issues with gluten sensitivity, increased rates of celiac disease, it comes down to a lot more than just the gluten. I think that there's a real mixture of factors there. So the first thing is we used to stone grind our wheat, and now it's steel ground, so it's a lot more refined on the whole, which means that it's less easy for our gut to kind of keep the proteins that are supposed to stay in the gut, rather they leak through. And when 70% of our immune cells are right next to the gut lining, then then we can start to react to things that we wouldn't have otherwise reacted to before. We have massive increases in the amount of pesticides and herbicides that we use in our general agricultural techniques, which don't have necessarily a strong correlation with human health, except for B-cell lymphoma and a few other specific circumstances. But what we can say is that they're designed to kill our microbes. They're designed to kill microbes that exist on the crops that we grow. So we don't know about whether they, will be affecting our microbes within, but we can pretty much guarantee that there's going to be some form of microbial diversity issue in the gut as a result of consuming foods that have been exposed to pesticides. It just makes logical sense because that's what they're designed for. And that can then have a knock-on effect on our own immune system and how our bodies deal with things in our environment and the things that go through our gut. So I think it's more complicated now in the modern world than it ever was. But we can use some very simple techniques to get us back to more of a healthy pattern, and that can be things like more of a whole foods approach, more of a plant-based approach. Things like movement, getting the lymphatic system flowing, ensuring you get enough vitamin D, ensuring you're getting enough sunshine, ensuring that you're controlling your stress, ensuring that you're getting enough sleep. There are so many different factors over and above what we eat that can also really improve disease progression for a multitude of diseases, autoimmune and otherwise.
Right. I can see someone has just written a question about gluten, which we've already answered. But I just want to know, so for example, when we talk about wheat has gluten, it also has carbs. Rice has carbs. But some people, they say we should avoid carbs completely. But through carbs, we get energy as well. And so that we don't feel fatigued and all. So is there any kind of ratio that we need to maintain for gluten and carbs in the body, or it is something that we should avoid it completely if we want to go plant-based?
Okay, so carbs is a sort of a catch-all phrase, isn't it? But there are so many different kinds of carbs, and you're right, we do use carbs for energy, carbohydrates, and all of the foods I mentioned, fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes contain carbohydrates. They contain fiber, which are really important for the functioning of our immune system and our immune cells, as well as roughage and the ability of us to avoid things like constipation, diverticulitis. So yeah, I think it does depend on the type of carbohydrate that you eat. If somebody says that they want to try and cut the carbs, and they want to stop eating things like processed sugar, processed wheat, donuts, for example. Let's talk about foods, in fact, rather than just carbs. Let's talk about foods. So if somebody is eating a donut, they're not just eating a carbohydrate, they're eating something with lots of refined sugar and lots of saturated fats. Whereas if you're having a sweet potato with baked beans, what you're eating there is a whole food and a legume, which do contain carbohydrates, but they also contain all sorts of trace elements, minerals, phytonutrients, vitamins, and soluble and insoluble fiber. So that's going to be a lot better for you. So just to kind of give people an idea of what we're talking about, I think it does depend on the carbohydrate. So no, you don't need to have a low carb diet to receive health benefits, that's for sure.
All right. Okay, I can see another question popping on the screen, doctor. This question is from Niharika, and she has written, I have a normal appetite and don't exercise much. Recently, I have taken intermittent fasting and accept mild headaches, which I have. This is what I can read. So yeah, she said she has mild headaches, but she is on intermittent fasting. I can see a lot of people talking about intermittent fasting. Do you think this is the right way to go ahead with your diet functions, or is it too much on the body sometimes?
I think it depends on the person. In my clinical experience, if you've had any issues with bulimia, anorexia, or a relationship with food where you feel as though you have to have exercised if you're going to be able to eat something, and you're calorie counting all the time, or you go through a phase where you calorie count and you feel that you have to exercise when you've eaten. These are the kinds of patterns that I don't think it would be that healthy to consider long-term fasting regimens. Just in terms of your mental health, I think there are some studies to show that, you know, people who have had these kinds of difficulties in their relationship with food might struggle with the concept of fasting a little bit. For some people, however, it's a really simple thing to do, which gets them results, and it is a way of providing a kind of a metabolic reset. There are certain types of intermittent fasting which have been shown to improve insulin sensitivity, so it's quite a good strategy for people with things like type 2 diabetes or insulin resistant issues like polycystic ovaries, for example. And you know, for some people it works very well. It means they don't have to think too much. They can just skip breakfast each day and have a 16-hour window or a 10-hour window or an 8-hour window where they eat their food and they drink plenty of water. So I think it depends. It really does depend on the person. There are some very robust studies to show that patterns of intermittent fasting can be useful for cellular regeneration and longevity. Certainly in animal studies, that's been shown. We haven't necessarily got quite the same kind of data in human studies. It's hard to get. The work of Dr. Volta-Longo is really interesting. He's a senescence researcher, so he researches aging, and he certainly looked at lots of different kinds of cellular studies, he's looked at animal studies, but as yet we don't have the human population studies to show that. But what he did actually do, which is very interesting, he did some research into the role of IGF-1, which is a type of hormone that we release in our bodies, and he looked at the link between IGF-1 and cancer, IGF-1 and longevity, and what he was able to show was that when we have excess IGF-1 in our bodies, which we make and we need, because if we don't have it, we can have issues. There's a population of people in Ecuador called the Laron population, and some of them have a defect, which means they can't make IGF-1, and they are very, 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 very short, these people. So we definitely need IGF-1. But what he found was really interesting about these people is that they also had a dramatically reduced risk of cancer and heart disease compared to their family members who didn't have that same genetic mutation. And these are the people, you know, they would smoke, they would drink Coca-Cola, they'd have McDonald's all the time maybe. You know, they certainly weren't caring for their health, and yet they seemed to, for the most part, avoid these diseases of the Western lifestyle. So there is some interesting evidence around that, and certainly if we have excess IGF-1 that we haven't made in our own bodies, that we don't necessarily need, then that's not good for longevity, and that can sort of lead to issues. So we get IGF-1 from things like predominantly meat and dairy products, so that's just something to be aware of. But yes, I think, to get back to the fasting issue, I think it is something that some people could benefit from, but it's not for everyone.
Not for everyone, right. I think people usually do it for maybe losing weight, but they want to try it out. Yeah.
Well, I mean, as I say, for some people, I think if weight loss is your only goal, again, it could prove to be a difficult long-term strategy. Because you don't want to be feel as though sort of limiting yourself and you're getting hungry all the time. I think, if you're having whole foods a lot of the time, healthy whole foods, then you don't have to feel hungry and you don't have to have that kind of hunger cycle because then it means that you're constantly potentially thinking about food, when your next meal's coming, what you're going to make, and it can sometimes make it harder. I'm not a big fan of diets per se. I think they don't tend to work.
Right, eat healthy.
Yeah,
that's a mantra.
Yeah, and also, as I say, it's not just about food. As I've mentioned before, we've got to boost our sleeping patterns. Even things like exercise, getting the lymphatic system moving, as I mentioned, vitamin D, zinc, eating more herbs and spices, saving yourself from stress. All of these things are going to be really valuable as well.
Absolutely. Doctor, we have crossed 20 minutes. If you have time, we can go on for 5 minutes more, 5-10 minutes, or whatever.
Go on then, 5 more minutes.
Okay. So I'll quickly
burning questions. Oh, there's so many comments here, you guys. Oh, so much
Yeah,
love.
that's what I'm
Thank you.
reading actually. There's so many
Oh my
questions.
goodness. I'm
I'll
loving all these
quickly
little hearts
read
as
out the
well.
questions, and if you can just answer in short, wherever we can.
Yeah,
So
sure.
the other question is from Crystal de Boya, and she has written, do you recommend incorporating probiotics to our diet?
Oh my goodness. Hello everybody. Sorry. It's very distracting, isn't it? When you start looking at the comments, you think, oh, hello everyone. Oh, it's lovely to see you on here. So yes, no, you're more than welcome. And you wanted to speak about probiotics. So I think the best strategy is to optimize your own microbiome. Probiotics, there are some studies to show that they're helpful in certain cases. Some people like to use them after a course of antibiotics to try and temporarily rebuild their gut microbiome. But there was one study I read recently which showed that that wasn't necessarily an optimal strategy. I think the jury is still out as to whether it's definitely beneficial in all cases or not. Everybody has a unique microbiome like a fingerprint, so it's going to be really hard to say if it's going to really be helpful for you. But my best advice on that would be to really optimize your dietary fiber, because essentially that's a prebiotic and that feeds your beneficial probiotics. So I'm talking about fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes. There are additional prebiotic supplements that you can take. Inulin, for example, is one. There's quite a few that you can get, which kind of give you sort of a large amount of prebiotics in either sachet form or powder form if you want to give yourself a little boost. But yes, looking after your gut with fruits, vegetables, whole grains and legumes is probably the long-term best way forward.
Right, thank you. Just one last question, which is, what do you think about soya? Is soya good for your health? I mean, where does it come? Is it in the plant-based diet, or where do we count it? Because there has been lots of debates about it.
Okay, right. So I think that soy, it's originally a bean, and it's a pretty special bean because it contains all of the essential amino acids, and it contains phytoestrogens, which lead to some confusion in a lot of people because they think that it means they're going to get man boobs, or I don't know, they're not going to be able to have functioning reproductive organs or something like that. But actually, it couldn't be further from the truth. They're a selective estrogen receptor modulator, or a SERM, which means that they actually have a really beneficial effect. So they will block certain receptors that you don't need, and that they won't block other receptors that you do. So there's, for example, two main types of estrogen receptor in our bodies, men and women actually, alpha and beta, and they tend to be quite selective in how they work. So they tend to more selectively bind to beta estrogen receptors, which are predominantly in bone, compared to alpha estrogen receptors, which are predominantly in the breast and the womb. So essentially what that means is that with regular or minimally processed soy consumption, you're going to have potentially reduced risk of breast cancer or endometrial cancer or even ovarian cancer, and increased bone strength. There was a great study I read about women who were in sort of the menopause, and they had a control group. They had a group that were given soy milk, and they had a group that were given progestogen cream, and they wanted to try and track their bone mineral density over time because as a woman has gone through menopause, that is an increased risk. What they found was that the women who had the soy milk had the best bone mineral density profile, even as compared to the progestogen group, and the ones that were in the control group, as you might expect, had a slightly reduced bone mineral density. So I think soy is a really misunderstood bean. The reason I think for a lot of reticence about soy is that it can be used in a heavily processed form to create certain convenience foods. I know that in the US there's a lot more concern in the general population around genetically modified soy, and that being something that they don't want to consume. And I mean, my stance on that is that it's probably related to the fact that perhaps they are more exposed to pesticides than anything else. It's not the fact that in my mind at least, it's not the fact that the bean has been genetically modified, because genetic modification has occurred throughout the agricultural history that we have, really, in some way or other. We genetically modify crops either naturally or artificially, but it's potentially the fact that those crops have been modified to withstand the effect of use of pesticides throughout the year, rather than in the drying cycle, not in the growth cycle as well as the drying cycle. So then they've potentially got more pesticides within them than a type of crop that wasn't genetically modified. That's my understanding of it in any case. But the bottom line is, soy is a great thing to eat, especially minimally processed soy milk, edamame, tofu, tempeh, miso. Brilliant. And I would thoroughly recommend having that regularly.
Yeah, like you said, it's just misunderstood by so many people. That's true. All right.
If you're worried about man boobs, if anyone's on here as a man and they're worried about man boobs, then you should try to avoid beer, because the only strong, naturally occurring plant-based phytoestrogen that can affect your ability to grow man boobs is hops, and hops is used to make beer. So beer is probably something to avoid if you want to avoid man boobs, but not soy.
No, but in MS they say you have to stop smoking, stop drinking. You have to be a saint.
I know, you have to be so pure, but no, you don't. I think a little bit of what you fancy is fine sometimes, but yes, if people are particularly worried about man boobs, it's the beer they should worry about.
Sure, I'm sure everybody will agree to it. Okay. Thank you so much, Doctor, for taking out time for this. Before we leave, I want you to tell about your summit, your Come Alive summit that you were.
Oh yes, all of you are listening. You must join me. It's an online summit, and you can come along. You can dip in and out if you want to. If you haven't got the whole weekend free, don't worry. You can still sign up. It's going to be absolutely incredible, you guys. We have got myself speaking. Yeah, that's it. Give me the love with those little hearts. We've got amazing speakers like Deliciously Ella in the UK. She's a really accomplished lady. She's got her own brand of foods, Deliciously Ella Foods, and cookbooks. We've got the Happy Pear Chefs from Ireland. We've got Derek Sarno. They're all going to be cooking up delicious plant-based meals to get you inspired. But we've also got other incredible contributors. We've got Daryl Edwards, the fitness explorer. He's going to be doing some workouts with us, or play-outs as he calls them. We've got Anya Garnis, who was on Strictly Come Dancing, and So You Think You Can Dance, and the what's the dance show in America called? I can't remember, but she's been on that one as well. We've got we've just got the most incredible speakers, and it's 2 days of transformation and inspiration for you. So if you've been feeling a bit in a funk, with lockdown and coronavirus and goodness knows what else this year is going to bring for everybody, this is time to feel good again. This is time to feel positive and inspired. So yeah, just if you could perhaps, I don't know if you can pin it, but we've got the Come Alive Summit Instagram page. We've got the link for the website in my bio and in the Come Alive Summit bio. All you've got to do is click on it and then get your tickets and put in the code GEMMA10, and you can get 10% off the price as well. So it's a win-win.
Hi all, how are you? I'll wait till it gets connected with you guys. I hope you all are doing good. Hi doctor. Let me just wait for a few people to join and then I'll connect you. Okay. So so today's session is very special when we are talking about pain and in MS, and we can see that pain is the most common symptom of MS. Up to 2/3 of people with MS report about pain in the worldwide studies, and those who experience pain find it that it affects their daily lives. How difficult it is to manage those kinds of pains in your body and manage your MS with the pain. Well, I'm no specialist in this, so I have to, of course, invite the special guest today. His name is Dr. Anthony, and he will let us know everything about MS and pain management. And he is based at Florida, and he specializes in pain, and he can tell us that what kind of pains affect MS patients, how to manage each and every different kind of pains in MS. So let me connect with the doctor. Send a request, doctor, if you can just accept it. Hi doctor.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good, how are you? It's such a pleasure seeing you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I hope I can help you guys out here a little bit. Using my rehab background and my pain background, you know, I've taken care of MS patients on both sides of things. One's when we're diagnosing and when we're first getting into it, and then also when they start to have some pain. So hopefully I can help you out. I hope you have some good questions and the audience has some good questions and I can point you in the right direction.
I'm sure they all have a list of questions and I hope we are able to cover them all. So yeah, firstly, thank you very much for taking out time to be here, and we do have such sessions and people are really excited, you know, to have such sessions and have doctors on board. Special doctors.
Yeah, no,
like
this
you.
is great. This is a great way to get across to patients too. I think it's an excellent use of technology.
Thank you so much. So doctor, since you said that you have seen MS patients and they also suffer with different kinds of pains, can you let us know what kind of pain symptoms do they tell you about? The most common pain that they have.
Most common pain, it depends on their progression of where they are with their MS. If they're just starting off, it's more just numbness and tingling. And it's very hard to really diagnose MS in the early goings. You know, it's one of those things where it's kind of in the back of my mind. I was like, could this be MS? It's the right, you know, type of person. They've had a history, family history maybe of it, or they are the right age, females more than males, obviously. So it's one of those things that's always in the back of your mind. But when you first hear someone come in and say, hey, I have some weird numbness and tingling in my left hand and in my right foot, it's not the first thing you think of. But that's definitely the first complaint we hear from patients that are just getting diagnosed. As you move through the disease progression, I think the pain starts to ramp up a little bit. Luckily, some people don't suffer from pain, but the pains we usually see are secondary to this inflammatory nature of the disease. The nerves are getting inflamed. It's an autoimmune disease. We're attacking these nerves, and nerves don't like to be inflamed. We know that. Any inflammation process of the nerves is bad. So a lot of times we'll start seeing a lot of nervy pain, we call it, right? Where it's burning deep, like a deep toothing, you know, in your leg or in your chest, you know, the MS hug we kind of always talk about, which is probably the worst pain you can have in MS. It's a lot of deep nerve pain is what I call it. And patients aren't able to pinpoint. They can't say, oh, my knee hurts, you know, or oh, my back hurts. It's more of a vague generalization of what their pain is, but it's unnerving, for lack of a better word, because it doesn't go away. It just kind of deep ache that keeps going on. So that's what I'd say. It's all this nerve pain. It starts with numbness and tingling. It doesn't start. It's not just one day, hey, you have this severe pain. It starts with numbness and tingling. Then as you progress, you get this deep nerve pain. Then what we see even more in our spine clinic too is when you're starting to have trouble ambulating or trouble walking, you start developing these other joint pains. And I don't think people realize that. You know, you get hip arthritis quicker if you're using a walker or using crutches. And then you can develop lower back pain too. So I'd say that's further down the road, you start breaking down your bones and muscles a little bit quicker because your nerves aren't controlling those muscles as well. So I'd say it's a whole progression of numbness, tingling, deep nerve pain, then we start getting some joint pain, that nerve pain.
Doctor, when you talk about the spine pain, is it possible that 90% of people actually complain of spine pain in MS? Because I can see many people.
So I it's weird. You know, some of the studies say, well, spine pain doesn't come from MS.
Yes.
I don't, maybe not directly. Maybe not directly there's, you know, the inflammation process on the spine. But to me, what's going on is the muscles that are controlled by these nerves are breaking down. They aren't working as well. You're not moving as well as you used to, and you start to develop osteoarthritis or degenerative disc disease of the spine as well.
Right.
That's a lot of what I see. That's when I see a chronic MS patient with pain, it'll be usually osteoarthritis of the spine or degenerative disc of the spine or facet joint syndrome, and they progress a lot quicker than an average person who doesn't have MS. We see a lot of that. I actually, and it's tough to treat because one of the best treatments for that is physical therapy and getting people moving. Well, a lot of people, if they can't ambulate as well, it's harder for them. But I always still do as much physical therapy as you can. It's great for MS. It's great for osteoarthritis. So try, but it's harder. It's harder to treat those patients sometimes.
Patience is a key, actually. You have to be patient to see the results.
Yeah,
and keep trying
Exactly. I think a lot of patients, this is across the whole board, want a magic bullet from me. And I kind of tell them, I'm like, you're the magic bullet. I can get you to where you're decreased in pain, but you're the one that's going to keep that away. If I keep moving, they always say, oh, can you just give me a pill? Can you just make the pain go away? And, you know, that's not really the right answer. In MS, in MS, there are a lot of symptoms. We can help with some anticonvulsives, antidepressants that have been reutilized for nerve pain. And they help. They just help. They're not the answer. They help you do the things you need to do to keep moving.
Probably if you start taking pills, I believe you get addicted to it. So whenever you have pain, just pop one pill and you are like, oh, I'm fine. And the other time you repeat the same process and becomes a habit eventually. And then your determination of trying and getting rid of something really goes away. It subsides.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have a lot of patients that come in and say, hey, just give me opioids. And I don't give out any, you know, unless you have a broken bone, like a broken leg. I don't give it out because in the long term, it's hurting you. You might feel good when you take that pill, but in the long term, it's not helping you. It's hurting you.
Okay, doctor, let's start reading the comments and the questions we have received. So first question I can see is from Dexter Love 629, and she has written, I have MS since 2008, and now in past 4 months, my scoliosis has progressed rapidly. Why? Can barely walk now. I'm only 55, and now my spine is crooked. I'm in severe chronic pain every day.
Yeah, so we do see this with scoliosis. I'm glad someone brought this up. Unfortunately, it is affecting them. Scoliosis is very dependent on your muscles being strong and keeping the spine from the curvature from getting worse. I actually work very closely with Dr. Ashgar, a scoliosis specialist down here. So we see a lot of scoliosis patients. Well, when you start to get MS, the muscles aren't firing the way they should because the nerves aren't controlling them as well. You start to get muscle spasms, you start to get spasticity. Well, if you think of it just mechanically, you know, here's your spine. Well, if you already have a curve a little bit, and then one of these muscles starts to spasm, it's going to really pull the curve the other way. So it's a combination of spasms and weakness that can cause someone that's maybe they've had this curve since they were a child and it hasn't progressed at all. Well, once you get diagnosed with MS, now your muscles aren't doing what they're supposed to. So it can actually end up progressing further. And this can cause severe chronic pain in the back, especially if they're increasing by 5-10 degrees per year, something along those lines. I've seen, you know, that's a little extreme, but I've seen it that far. And it is severely painful because there's a lot of nerves there that are coming out of our spine. I wish I had a model with me, but everyone kind of knows what it looks like. Well, you can start pressing on those nerves. You can start pressing on those facet joints, which are called deep back aches. And sometimes it does need to be corrected with a scoliosis surgery. And the nice thing about that is once the scoliosis surgery corrects it, you have a good framework there that'll keep it from going. The problem is you still can have pain because you're still having the spasms in the muscles. So
okay.
This is why I work so closely with the surgeons, and they like working so closely with me, is they can do a great scoliosis surgery, but the patient may still have pain if they have something underlying like MS because they're still having spasms. So I need to treat the spasms. Right. And if they're localized spasms, we could treat them, massage. You know, we always start as conservative as we can, massage, deep muscle rubs, that kind of stuff. We can do Botox in just the one area. But if it's spasms all over, we will prescribe a medication such as baclofen or tizanidine. But if you just go to a scoliosis surgeon and they're not really treating the whole picture, they might do a beautiful surgery and help you, but you might not get out of your pain. So what is the, you know, our goal is to get people out of pain. That's and get you actually not even out of pain. I hate the pain score 1 to 10. What I care about is, can you do what you love? You want to cook? Can you cook? You want to golf? Can you golf? You want to play with your grandchildren? Can you do that? That's what I care about. Some people can do that with 8 out of 10 pain. Some people can do it with 2 out of 10 pain. So I just need to know what you want to do, and then we'll get you there together as a team.
So I can say here the key is finding the right doctor. It's not just a surgeon, but also who cares that you're back to your normal life again by treating the spasm and the other problems.
Exactly. You really need to find the right team. And we tell every patient that comes in, once they're here, they're a part of that team. It's not doctor telling the patient what to do. You're right with us in this fight to get rid of your pain, get you back to going. And we have a very good team here. We have neurologists we work with. We have rheumatologists we work with. We have, you know, obviously the spine surgeons we work with, and the pain side of things. And we all work together. We're always talking. There's nothing that's missed. And that's really how medicine needs to be done. Unfortunately, we all ultra specialize now, and we kind of put on those blinders and just see, if I just saw pain, yeah, I could get rid of your pain, but I might not be doing you any benefit with your life.
Right. So, you know, for all the people watching us, you know, if you have any kind of pain and any kind of problems, please contact Dr. Anthony. He's based in Florida, and he will definitely help you out with your pain and your issues.
100%. And the nice thing now about maybe the only silver lining with all this coronavirus is we're doing a lot of telehealth. So you don't have to come here to Fort Lauderdale to have a conversation. If we're going to do a procedure, you know, I can't do that to the computer.
So people who are not even based in Florida, they can also call you.
Yeah, they can call us. We use Zoom, you know, that platform to see patients. It's harder to do a physical exam when I can't get my hands on them, but it's better than nothing. At least I can, and you can upload, if you have an MRI of something or some x-rays, you can upload that to our system and I can look at it, share the screen, we can go over it together, all that stuff. You can tell me your whole history about what's going on, and I can at least give you a second opinion on what's going on so you can feel a little more comfortable.
Absolutely. Thank you, doctor. I'm sure many of them will definitely contact you. So moving on to the next question by Adila Terry. She has written how to avoid these pains. I think you've already answered this question, so I'm going to move ahead. Quickly, Tina has written, many lesions in my spine. Feels like electric shock pain. Yes, I hate that symptom. What do you have to say about that?
So, you know, there's different ways to treat the electric shock pain. That's actually Lermet's sign, right? It's one of the signs of diagnosing MS.
So, doctor, if I have to ask, what's the percentage like? How many of them actually complain about this symptom?
The electric shock pain is not everyone, but when you have it, it continues. But what do we do for it? That's what's more important. I'd say about 50%. If I had to put a number on it, 50-60% of people tell me this electric shock pain. And there's different types of the electric shock pain. There's it's going into my arm and that's it, or it's coming around my chest, or it's all the way down my body.
Yes.
And that's a little tougher. With the electric shock pain, a lot of what we do is try to stabilize the nerves, okay? The nerves are unhappy. They're getting demyelinated. The myelin is the protection around the nerve. They're getting demyelinated. There's some scars forming, and those nerves are unhappy. So how do we stabilize a nerve? Well, the best way to do that is to basically tell the nerve, hey, we understand you're injured, but it's okay. Start with some kind of physical therapy, some kind of, you know, to keep those nerves moving, let them know they're still working. Give them feedback. One thing is called desensitization techniques. Let's say it's just your hand that's getting those electric shocks. You can use like a lidocaine cream or a capsaicin cream where you can rub on it and you desensitize those nerves. Basically, you're just telling those nerves, hey, I get it. You're hurting, but it's not that bad. And don't keep telling us you're hurting. That's the whole point of nerves, is to tell you you're hurting, right? If you have a nail in your toe, it needs to tell your brain that you have pain. Well, if that nail isn't actually going to kill you, then you don't need to know that you have pain. So yeah, we can remove the nail, or we can just stop the pain. So that's desensitization techniques. Paraffin baths, a lot of people use those, and they're really nice because you can get a paraffin bath set up right off of Amazon where you dip your hands in wax, take them out. People like them. I mean, I've actually, my one patient, her husband uses them, and he doesn't have MS. He just likes the way it feels on his feet and on his hands. And then after that, he just enjoys it. So it's something that's nice too. If desensitization isn't working, then I usually jump to a low medication with low side effects. Something like gabapentin or amitriptyline are my first line that I use. They work really well. The side effects are usually drowsiness, and some people love that because they take it at night and they're having trouble sleeping. So if I can use a side effect to our advantage, that's always good. And then if it's very, very severe, the next step would be to do some type of procedure. We can do something like a sympathetic block, where we're blocking some of the nerves with some lidocaine or marcaine and a little bit of steroid, or even more after I've seen some patients that require a spinal cord stimulator. And what that is we put stimulation, we put lead wires into your spine that actually kind of give a pulse into the spine and control them. That's the most extreme. But like I say, we usually have the answer. And I tell a lot of patients there's a light at the end of the tunnel. We just don't know what tunnel we're going to take yet, but we will get you better. And we're going to try the least invasive thing first, always. And there's no magic bullet, though, too. We're going to keep trying. We're going to keep going. We're going to get you the right people. We're going to make you feel better. But that electric shock thing, it is very tough to treat because it's your central nervous system telling you I'm in pain. And it's hard to we basically have to trick the spinal cord into saying, hey, it's not that bad. But we're able to do that.
I remember, when I got this symptom, and this was my first symptom, which I got, and it was like, I was shocked. I didn't know what's happening to my body. The moment I used to, burst out laughing, and I used to raise my head little up also. I used to feel an electric current just passed from my head to my toe. And I was like, what just happened? It used to be like really scary. I felt like I was electric pole, the moving live electric pole, and I could not even.
You feel like you just touched an electric wire. Yeah.
I was bad, but then.
Have you been able to control it?
Pardon?
Have you been able to control it?
Yeah, so that was my first symptom, like I said, and after that, of course, I went through my MRIs and my spinal tap, and then, of course, I took the steroids, and then it became
steroids are very good at decreasing all symptoms, so that's very good. One thing I do want to mention is a lot of times when patients get those symptoms, we will get an MRI of the neck to make sure it's not compression on the neck. One thing that was always drilled in my head when I was training is, just because someone has a disease like MS doesn't mean they can't have other pathologies too. So we always want to check, make sure they don't have, some kind of cervical stenosis or something along those lines too. So we are always looking. It could be X, it could be Y, it could be Z. We're going to figure it out.
Yeah. All right. Okay, doctor. Moving on to the next question by Ms. Karnina Crossent. She has written, I have had MS since 2006. I am now having problems walking, balance, and swelling in my feet. Okay.
The swelling could be, well, the walking and the balance, the number one thing she could do is get with a therapist.
Yes.
I think that's the biggest fight we have with MS is keeping people ambulatory, right? Keeping people moving. One of the best ways to do that is to aquatherapy, because you kind of get the desensitization there too. The one thing people need to realize with MS too, and I think most of you do that have it, is a lot of the aquatherapy places heat up their pools. That's actually not good for, maybe the only patient it's not good for is an MS patient, because as the heat goes up, the fatigue goes up, and the pain and fatigue actually gets worse. So you want to find a good aquatherapy place that has dealt with PT patients before. And I think that's a lifelong therapy. People sometimes think it's PT to fix. This is to maintain. maintain the strength you have, maintain the balance you have. Find the right DME, the right medical device that you need to help you, if it's a cane, if it's a crutch, if it's a walker, because the last thing we want is you to hurt yourself more by falling, by tripping over a rug or something along those lines. You know, I have a lot of patients that say, I'm never going to use a cane, I'm never going to use a walker. It's not a defeat to use something like that at all. It's to prevent you from
it's just a stigma. I think the social stigma and also the self-confidence, maybe.
100%, and I totally understand that. And that's why I always say, find a good therapist that you can work with, and that person's going to be a part of your life for the rest of your life. If you're slowly declining in your weakness and your balance, you need to find someone that you're going to maintain. Your goal is to maintain. You don't need to run a marathon. We just want to keep you moving, keep you doing what you love. So that's for the balance and the weakness. And I think aqua therapy is great because it takes some of the pressure off your muscles with the buoyancy. But so I think that's great. If you can't find aqua therapy, regular therapy is good. Keep your muscles stretching. You don't want to end up getting spasticity. You don't want to end up getting muscle spasms. So get someone that's good at stretching your muscles, works one-on-one, keeps you moving, and keeps your balance. The swelling in the feet, it could be for a few reasons. It could be inactivity, since they are having a little bit of balance issues when you sit more, when you lay down more. So it might just be an issue where we can raise those feet up when you're sitting, try to keep them, you know, when you're lying down, put a few pillows under them. See, and then it also could be that your muscles in your legs aren't as compliant. So a lot of our blood pressure, a lot of what keeps our blood flowing, yes, it's our veins and our artery muscles, but it's also the muscles in our leg. As we walk around and move, they contract. And when they contract, they actually contract the blood that are inside of them and keep it moving. So that's one thing where if you have someone else stretching out your muscles in your legs, your hamstrings, your quads, you can help decrease that swelling. Another thing you can do for the swelling is either wear, they have those boots that do the pneumatic boots, or just even wrap it with ace bandage is a simple at-home thing you can do. Because you really don't want to start getting swelling and pooling. You're going to end up with other issues down the line. So, but if you get a really good therapist that's worked with MS patients before, they should be able to manage all of that for you.
Getting the right therapist who understands MS is very important, of course.
Extremely important. They're going to be a part. They're a part of your family now. Yes.
So, okay, moving on to the next question, which I also agree, the sedentary lifestyle from the pandemic has aggravated all chronic arthritis. Actually, it's happening with everyone because of the lockdown and because people are not able to move much, go out. Everybody is complaining of fatigue, insomnia, pain, and other kinds of issues, even balance issues for that matter. It's all cropping up now.
Yeah. No, 100%. So it's tough. I mean, this is across the board with chronic pain right now.
Yeah, we don't have a choice, but we have to be inside. But yes, we have to.
I mean, it's one of those things where there's no playbook for this. No one expected.
Yeah.
I mean, what I've always said is keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Well, a lot of people, especially here in Florida, may be stuck in their condo and their pool's closed. And what are they supposed to just pace around their house? It's something that it's been really difficult. And I try to get people to what they do is they'll watch the videos online and do a little exercises with the people online. So it feels like you're getting some interaction. So that'll help with the mental component.
I really like the online sessions of exercises and yoga, because everybody is not self-motivated to exercise or move around.
Exactly.
But if you actually enroll yourself with some kind of group, you actually do it. It motivates you.
100%. And then the other big thing I've been telling people is make a schedule. We do better with schedules. Just because all of a sudden we're all stuck inside doesn't mean you're not going to have a schedule for your day. So make a schedule. Put your workout or your exercise at a certain time every day, twice a day is what I like to tell patients. Do something you enjoy at some point during the day, read a book at this time of day, set out your meals. Because the other thing that's happening that I think is increasing our pain is we're just kind of grazing through our house with food. We go to the cabinet, we go to the fridge, and we're just grazing. I still want people to set aside, 3 meals a day with some snacks in between, know what you're going to eat healthy. I think that's one of the big things we can do right now is still try to maintain some kind of anti-inflammatory diet. Don't just go for the chips. Don't
Usually
just go
what
for the
people do
sugar.
is when they're bored, they go and grab something, some junk
Yeah.
food and have it. Yeah. That's a
Yeah,
tendency.
so it's tough. What's worked for my patients is the online courses, and the other big thing is making a schedule. Make a schedule and try to stick to it. It's been tough. Even people that have jobs are working from home, so their schedule isn't the same. It used to be get up, shower, get breakfast, go to work, do work, have lunch. We used to have good schedules. Now it's get up, get on the Zoom, answer some calls, go get a bag of chips, drink a soda, so it's a new norm, unfortunately, for right now. Hopefully we get past this, but you have to keep moving and you have to keep a schedule, or else it can you can snowball out of control fast.
Yes, exactly. I just think, it will be like 10, 20 years later, when we sit with our kids and our grandkids, we'll tell them the stories of how we
I'm
love
hoping.
in the house. It's going to be fun.
I'm hoping it's sooner than later. I'm hoping by 2021, this is all in the past. I don't know, it's tough. It's very, very tough. And there's a lot of people out there that I think one thing we're going to look back on is the mental health aspect of what's been going on. Depression, anxiety. A lot of people are alone, and their networks have been cut off from them. And I think that's something that we need to face head on right now, because it can be an issue. For sure.
Yes, that is one of the most faced problems nowadays with coronavirus. And people are getting depressed, staying alone, or even if they are with others, they are so frustrated staying at home that they usually complain or fight, or some things happen. So keep your mind focused. That's what happens. A schedule is the best thing in that. Yeah.
Exactly. No, exactly. I think it helps.
Yes, absolutely. Okay, moving on to the next question. We have a question by Shiv_85669. She's written, I was diagnosed in 2014 and have been in pain in my right arm for years now. So is this kind of pain permanent, doctor? Like if someone is complaining of pain, does it become a part of your life forever? Or such pains can
it can. If it's just located to one area, I would really look into what is causing that. If it is MS, just straight, you have a plaque lesion that's interfering with those nerves that are going to the right arm, then that's something you're going to be battling for a long time. Hopefully you exercise that arm, can make it feel better. You're not developing spasticity in that arm. But a lot of times we do see that where like my MS pain is just in my right hand, and patients know that, and sometimes they'll wear a glove on that hand or something, keep it how they want it. A lot of people know exactly, if I do this, if I do that, you kind of learn your pain. Then there's the whole aspect of living with pain. We do have a good psychiatrist that we send to, and it's not because I bring up psychiatrists, and I think there's still a stigma, just like a cane. People think, oh, I'm not crazy. No. I'm like, I'm not saying you're crazy. I'm saying, how do we cope with the pain we have? And that's a process. And I have a very good psychiatrist who talks people through that, saying, okay, we're at the point where we realize you're going to have some pain. So how do we manage this? How do we deal with this for the rest of your life? How do we not let it control you? You control it.
Absolutely.
It's a part of you now. And I got the idea with MS pain from, I took care of a lot of amputee patients up in New York when I was up there. And, you lose your leg, it's not coming back. So how do you cope with that? How do you deal with that? And that's something that has really helped patients. It's really funny to me, because I'll see a patient 3 months later and I'll ask them what their pain is. And they say, it's the same. I'm like, well, you look so much better. They're like, yeah, but I can deal with it now. Or I'm able to understand it. I think half of humans is just wanting to understand what's going on to them and know what's happening.
Right.
That's easy to say. And then there's pain that's just absolutely tearing, and you can't just turn your mind on and deal with it. But that's when I would usually go to some type of medication, steroid, give a steroid boost every now and then, and then the interferons even. There's a lot of new medications coming out for MS that are hopefully, in good trials, that are targeting this kind of pain, and hopefully we can shut down that inflammation of the nerve, which will shut down that pain. If we can just turn those nerves off, it's hard. It's hard, but that's the whole concept behind it.
Right. Okay, doctor, I have another question by Scorpio, and she has written, what about medical marijuana? Are you guys in any ways, prescribing or to your patients, or how does it work?
Yeah, so medical marijuana in Florida right now is approved. I was a prescriber, and then we merged with a larger company, and I can't prescribe because they're a nationwide company now. I do use it for my patients, especially with nerve pain. They do very well. So what I do now, I was a prescriber. Now I have a friend that's down the road that's a prescriber. So if I have my patients that need it, I send them to him. They get the card from the state. It's a very streamlined process. It works pretty well. They get their license, just like a driver's license from the state. And they go try that. The problem with medical marijuana is it's a trial. We don't have like, hey, there is some like this is for this is for nerve pain, this is for back pain, this will help you sleep, this will help for anxiety, but everyone's different. So it's a very much a trial and error thing where I tell patients, try this, if that doesn't help, try this, if that doesn't help, try this. And then in the end I tell them what I've seen, and this is just from my own experience with my patients, is 50% of patients love it, swear by it, it's done great for them. 50% of patients, it's done nothing. But you're not doing any harm. So it's worth a try. It's definitely worth a try. Along with medical THC, there's also CBD. And CBD is anti-inflammatory. We know that. So once again, inflammation is going to come up 100 times in this conversation. Anything that's anti-inflammatory is worth a try. What I love about CBD is it decreases inflammation, it decreases pain, it decreases anxiety, and it helps sleep. Yes. Everyone with pain needs all four of those things. So I tell patients, take it at night. If you sleep better, your pain is better. That's a fact. But we know if we decrease your anxiety, your pain is better. We know if we decrease your inflammation. So I have a lot of patients that the medical THC might make them feel weird. They might get that high from it that they don't want. They don't really get that from the CBD. So I tell them to try the CBD. Especially they like the gummies, the little gummies they can just eat at night. I like them too because they sit in their stomach a little longer and it's a slower release, so it'll keep people on a more even keel. But the CBD drops work as well. There's many different forms of all of it. But there is a place for it.
Depends from person to person if it affects someone or it doesn't affect someone, or it's helpful for everyone.
But I would 100% say try it if it's legal in your area. I'm not advocating illegal use, but hopefully medically it'll be used throughout soon. But
so usually what happens is I think there are some certified doctors who prescribe CBD or something, and people who are watching, please ask your doctor before checking anything. Okay. And the other question by Misha Bear, she's written, got diagnosed with MS 20 years ago, and have L4-5 herniated discs. I get facet injections to help and not giving me effective relief. Huge on PT and moving to help muscles. And is there anything you could suggest?
So the facet joint is just part of the spine. Axial back pain can be from the muscles, the facet joint, the disc. There's a good chance that if the facet joints aren't helping, that's not where her pain generator is. Her or his, I don't know who it was. It's one of the things where you really need a good spine doctor to look at your MRI, do a really good physical exam to find that pain generator. Because what I tell people is the procedure, the injection we do, let's say, is part of the diagnostic process. So if I do a facet injection and it doesn't work, it stinks it doesn't work, but now we know that's not where the pain's coming from. It could be the SI joint, the sacroiliac joint lower. It most likely is the disc in front. It could be a little bit of stenosis on the nerves, compressing the nerves. So if the facet joint injections aren't helping, then it's likely coming from another area. If you have degeneration in the spine, and there always is a group of patients where injections don't help and you need a surgical evaluation where they can stabilize that area. If you stabilize a joint, the pain will go away. It's just surgery, is a bigger deal. So we try not to do it if we don't have to, but you have the best spine surgeons here. People always laugh at me when I say that. I say, yeah, we try not to do spine surgery, and I work with two great spine surgeons. But we do, because we know how big of a deal spine surgery is. But if it is axial, mid, lower back pain, we could definitely figure it out if we took a look at the MRI. It just might take some time. And don't get discouraged if a shot doesn't help, because that is giving the doctor and giving yourself information that that's not where your pain generator is. You just got to find where the pain's coming from. Once you do, then we'll have options to fix it.
Okay. So the next question, doctor, is by Daniel Kennedy, and she's written, what type of massage therapy is the best?
That's tough. I would say I like isolated muscle massage. For patients with MS, I would say isolated muscle massage where you're having spasms is best. Kind of a deep tissue massage sometimes can make things worse. If you get really deep into a muscle spasm, you can cause a lot of pain during it. But it could help in the long run, but it could be very painful. That's one thing I tell my patients. It's like, hey, you can try this, but it might be very painful when you do it. I kind of leave it up to the massage therapist a lot of times. Massage is one of those things where whatever works best for you, keep maintaining that. I like isolated muscle massages though, where we know, let's say your traps are very tender, and that's where your trigger points are occurring, or your paraspinals are very tender, and that's where that's occurring. So I would like to isolate in those areas and really work those out, and then work from there, because everything's connected. So let's say your traps, are your problem. You start there, work from there, work up into the occipital area, work down into the shoulder muscle, loosen everything up. The point of massage is to loosen things up, right? And that'll decrease the pain in the long run. But massage therapy is tougher to say, hey, this is gonna work for you. It's really a try it if you like it, if you can handle it too, because deep tissue massage is good, but it can hurt a lot.
Yeah, so it depends from person to person. For example, when I go for any kind of massage, I do not like deep tissue. I feel it hurts me. I like the soft massage. I cannot go for a deep tissue one. So it depends from person to person. I can 100%. See some. Yeah, sorry. Go on, doctor, please.
No. I agree 100%. Massage is very much whatever helps you. If it helps, do it. But it may be hard to tolerate. I don't think people realize massage can hurt a lot, and it can be painful for a few days afterwards too. You really have to hydrate after massage. You have to drink a lot of water, maintain your strength in those areas too. Yeah. But most good massage therapists will go over all that with you. Most good massage therapists will go over all that. You tell them what you have going on. You tell them where it hurts. They should be able to diagnose, isolate, and do all that.
Right. So I can see 321 Paul has written, do you guys see patients that have had previous sclerosis surgery? I think doctors already answered. They do see, and I can see a lot of messages rolling with your website address. Maybe they want to contact you. Great.
What's that?
Okay.
So I can't see the questions as well as you. There we go. So they were saying that someone had previous, how can I see you? I'm seeing Dr. Ashkar next week for surgery evaluation. If you're seeing Dr. Is that the one that just said it? Dexter Love? If that person's seeing Dr. Ashkar, I'll probably be here at the same time. And Dr. Ashkar works very closely with me. If you don't need surgery, he will send you to me. That's how we work. We talk all the time. So that'll work out perfectly.
So it'll be safe hands. Okay. So going to next question by Dexter Love 609. She's written, as a footnote, thanks for taking my question, but wish I could keep moving, but I can't after a dog walk. My back spasms and right hip goes up in the air and I'm completely crooked. Can't cook. How can we get that?
So I think that's the same person that's coming to see Dr. Ashkar. When you get to that point, my answer would be come see one of us. Well, we need to get more imaging, see what's going on, get a nice x-ray of that spine, see how the curvature is changing, possibly get an MRI. It sounds like you're getting muscle spasms. It sounds like maybe some trigger points could help, maybe some massage in that area could help. I'm guessing. I'd have to see your but this is what happens. It's a great example, actually. It's a patient that says, I'm no longer able to walk my dog, right? So in my mind, I say, all right, how do I get her back to walking her dog?
Yes, absolutely.
I need to figure out what's wrong, and then we have to figure out how to fix it in the easiest and least invasive manner. So that's where we kind of use everything we know to go about to try to fix that.
Right.
So if they're coming in to see Dr. Askar, that's a great place to start. He will give you, he is the guy for scoliosis. He is the guy. He will tell you everything you need to know. He will go over everything. He will let you know if you need surgery or do not. Even if you don't need surgery, he'll tell you what would happen if you did. He's the scoliosis guy. If you don't need surgery, he'll probably get you to me, and then we'll start working together to decrease your pain and get you moving and grooving. Yep.
That gives a lot of confidence. Thank you. I can see a question by Quiglitina, and she's written the hugs that won't end. I have taken 3 classes and I'm doing all things I should, but the hugs continue to be longer and more painful. And she's talking about MS hugs.
The hugs. Yeah. So MS hug is one of the one question I would like to ask is has she tried any medication for it yet? So everything, I mean, she's probably doing everything. Warm compress when they come on. Drink plenty of water. Eat a super healthy diet. I mean, super anti-inflammatory diet.
Yes,
Red
I
meat.
can see few people are also talking about the diet. So that was my next question.
Super healthy diet. When you start getting the MS hugs, that's your body telling you the muscles aren't happy because the nerves aren't happy. Muscles are dumb. I say that all the time. Without the nerves telling the muscle what to do, they don't know what to do, and they usually tighten up. Right. So you start getting this feeling, and usually the MS hug, it can happen almost anywhere from the neck to the lumbar. Usually it's around the chest.
Yes.
Hopefully it only lasts a few minutes. I mean, sometimes it can last, I've even heard hours. But the stuff you can do that she's saying she's already doing, but for other people that may not know. Warm compress to the area when it starts to hurt. Drink plenty of water throughout the day. Stay hydrated. Super healthy diet. And I work very closely with a nutritionist that we send patients to all the time. But my dumbed down version of the healthy diet is decreasing the inflammatory things. White flour, processed sugars, red meat, alcohol, and smoking. I mean, smoking, I don't say do none of the other 4. Smoking, definitely, there's no reason. Cut down, though, on your alcohol. Cut down on your red meat. Cut down on your white flour. And cut down on your processed sugars. High fiber, because the fiber and protein will keep you full. A lot of leafy green vegetables, a lot of chicken, fish, that kind of stuff will help. And it's, you know, it's tough to do, but people that do it really start feeling better. Massage will help the MS hug area, kind of, you know, even a light massage in your intercostal muscles, in your back muscles of the area. The other big thing people don't realize is they get worse if you're not sleeping well. So you really need to try to get 6, 8 hours of sleep, uninterrupted sleep. That's one thing where you're making a schedule. You're becoming someone that at 9 o'clock, I put down my phone. At 9:30, I do this. At 10 o'clock, I'm in bed. I'm going to bed, and I'm not waking up till 6, 7 o'clock. You have to make a sleep schedule and keep a sleep diary of what's working and what's not working. When the hug comes on, one way to release it sometimes is deep breathing. So a lot of people get nervous. They get anxious, understandably. They start taking shallow, short breaths. People even tell me sometimes they feel like they're having a panic attack, anxiety, or a heart attack even. That's one thing that we always tell our patients is always see a cardiologist. Make sure it's not your heart. Like I said, you can always have other problems even though you have one disease. But when you have the hug symptoms come on, really deep breaths in and out. Really try to meditate, I tell people too.
Yes.
And then it's tough to really make it go away when it's happening. Then once you've had it, talk to your doctor, and that's where if you start having it more often and they're lasting longer, try different medications. I know I like Cymbalta. Lyrica's pretty good, and gabapentin. I like Cymbalta a lot because it also decreases pain.
Okay.
And it's anti-anxiety. I tell a lot of people Cymbalta is a good one to use. But the MS hug is tough. It's very tough, and it's. I feel for the patients that have it, because I've seen a patient have it right in front of me in my office, and you feel kind of helpless sometimes. But these are the things you can do. That's what we have right now, and those are the best things you can do for right now.
Okay. Okay, thanks, Doctor. Doctor, we have crossed 40 minutes, and I think we should just try to run up ASAP. I have a few questions I got beforehand, before joining the session in my private DM.
Yeah.
For you,
Yeah,
so
perfect.
I'm
Let
gonna
me
raise those questions first. So my first question was given to me by, 1 second, Abbas Yofi, and she has written that my legs are numb, and one of my leg feels very irritated, kinds of heavy and short. I take Delphira pills, and if I don't take them, I get very uneasy. There's some pills that she's very used to.
What does she take?
She's from Dalfira pills. She's from Iran, actually.
Okay.
So, yeah. So
Is
there's something
that a
that
muscle?
she feels her.
Is that a muscle
legs.
relaxant or an anti-inflammatory? I don't recognize that
I'm
pill.
not sure of that. She hasn't
Okay.
mentioned.
I'm guessing it's an anti-inflammatory of sorts or a muscle relaxant, maybe a pain reliever. So she's basically having numbness in both legs and heaviness in one leg?
Yes. No, it's a
So
no, it's just in the left leg.
just in the left leg, they're
Left
having...
leg. And the leg feels very heavy as well.
Okay. Not shooting pain, though, it doesn't sound like. It's mostly just heaviness. And that's the progression that we see a lot. The best thing she can do is try to keep moving that leg because you don't want to develop spasticity or spasms. And if you do, you can do some bracing or some Botox or massage in that area. The heaviness, though, is tough to treat. That's really the progression of the disease a little bit.
Okay.
To me, the best thing you can do, though, is maintain your leg, and if you have to, use a crutch on the other leg.
Okay. Okay, but if I have to say, keep moving, physiotherapy is the answer.
Yeah,
mainly
exactly.
For,
Therapy, 100%, and maintain your ambulation. That's what I was trying to say. Yeah, like don't just because one leg isn't doing it. You have your other leg. You have ways to keep moving without even that leg working at all. So if it's painful, there's ways to treat the pain. The heaviness, you want to keep that leg moving too. You want people to stretch you out. You don't want to develop spasms. If that leg is sedentary, those muscles are all going to tighten up, and they're not going to work.
Yeah. Okay.
Therapy is the best thing for you.
Right. So the other question I have from Isa, and she has written, why does a regular infection of any kind trigger my MS symptoms, which come with a lot of pain? My pain is in my legs, varies from deep ache, tingling, fire ants, spasm, very cold feet and legs, and massive fatigue. Also can affect my walking and balance. Yeah.
So a lot of patients will tell me that they know when they have a UTI just because their MS symptoms get worse. Right. It's what I've been saying the whole time. It's the inflammation game. So when you get an infection, your body starts fighting that infection. Well, you don't just fight that infection. Let's say I have a hangnail that's infected. You don't just fight that infection there. It's a systemic response. So the amount of inflammatory response that you have in your body goes up totally. So the nerves that are already getting dinged because of the MS are starting to fire off. That's the problem. So the best way to treat that is to treat the infection as fast as you can. Antibiotics, if you need to have. I've seen it where just even a
so whenever you have any other problem, your MS triggers. So
yeah, I've seen it where even an ingrown hair has caused an MS to flare up, and we couldn't figure out what it was. And it was just this little infected ingrown hair on someone's leg. Treated that, and the symptoms usually return to normal once you treat the infection. So the biggest thing is treat the infection, and the reason it happens is because of the inflammation. Your body's trying to fight the infection. Well, when your body's trying to fight an infection, you develop inflammation throughout everywhere.
Okay. I have the other question, doctor. I'm not sure if the answer is going to be the same. I just want to read it out to you. She has written, I have an odd sensation for the last 2 days in my left leg. This is quite personal, and she's from Britain, and she has tingling sensation down my left leg, also in my genital area. It is not painful, but it is super weird. and it's kind of embarrassing, you know, when she talks about the
Yeah,
dignity.
yeah, that's understandable. That's something where I would do a little more investigating. I would ask a few more questions.
Just 1 second. She has also mentioned that she also has sciatica at the age of 35. So
So
she's connecting to
that's
it.
what it sounds like to me, that it's a double hit syndrome, kind of where the nerves are already upset because of the MS, and then she's getting a little bit of sciatica on top of it. That's what I was going to say. So I would probably make sure the spine's okay. Take a look at the spine. Take a look at the nerves as they trace down. But it sounds like she's getting a little, especially when it's one-sided like that, shooting down. It sounds like she's compressing the nerve at some other area, and the nerve's already irritated. So when an irritated
because
nerve,
of too much of stretching that she is doing, or lots of running she's doing, can exercises be also a reason why it's happening?
It could be if she's overdoing it. I always say let pain be your guide. Once you start having pain, shut it down. It's always tough for me to tell people to do less, because I'm always trying to get people to do more, but you can overdo it.
You have to listen to your body.
To me, it sounds like, to me, it sounds like it's probably a bout of sciatica. It's a tough one. That's one where I'd really have to see the patient, ask them exactly what makes it worse, what makes it better, how long has it been going on, and try to tease apart what it is. Because the genital area too could be a little bit different, where that sounds more, that could be just straight some MS pain coming to that region, where we can help with that too. That's somewhere where a stimulator may come into effect for her, or something along those lines, or a sympathetic block. It sounds like just overactive nerves, one because of MS, two because of possibly sciatic type picture. It sounds like the nerve's getting hit twice, though. That's what it sounds like to me.
Right.
But
thank you, doctor.
That's when we have to get an MRI or do something along those lines. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much for your time. We have crossed 45 minutes now. I'm sorry for that.
That's okay. It's great.
But before going, I want you to, address to everybody listening to you right now, if they have to contact you, where they can contact you and how they can contact you.
Yeah, so the best way to contact us is through two ways. So either call our office. Our phone number is 954-567-1332. You can ask for Dr. G. And like I said, we do telehealth. So just tell them you don't have to come here. Tell them you're doing telehealth. They'll get you to upload any images you have or any paperwork you have. We can upload that. The other way to really look into what we do and how we do it is to go to our website. And that's Cantor, C-A-N-T-O-R, Spine Center.com. So CantorSpineCenter.com. There's a lot on there. And then also follow me on Instagram, Facebook, Dr. G Sports Spine. We put a lot of stuff up here about what we do and how we do it. I think social media is a great way now for doctors and anyone to interact with their patients. It's really worked out well for us, and I enjoy it. I feel like it's a little less serious. We can talk about more things on a person-to-person level, not a doctor-to-patient level. I don't like that. I like seeing eye to eye, talking eye to eye, learning from everyone. So I think social media is really starting to evolve in that way, and it's really starting to help with getting in touch with patients and answering questions for patients. So yeah, hopefully if you have pain out there, we can help you. We will try our best. That's all I can tell you. I have a great group of people here, a great network of doctors around us, and this is what we do. We get you back to doing what you love. So that's always my goal, and that's what I strive for.
All right. Thank you, doctor. I'm really thankful for your time, your efforts, and thank you for the great advices that you have given to everybody tonight. I'm so sure I can see everybody's just loving it. Look at the hearts flowing.
Yeah, that's awesome. No, thank you so much for having me, and keep in touch, okay?
Sure, absolutely. I think we can sometime do it again whenever you are free.
Yeah, I would love to. I would love to. Thank you very much.
Okay, have a good day. Thank you. Bye.
When you're sad and blue and everything is putting you down, you know the world keeps spinning around. You know you're not alone. When you're sad.
It's okay. I'd like to begin by just talking about some big picture concepts.
Absolutely, doctor.
And then we will go into minutia, as much minutia as you want. So Professor Alessio Fasano at Harvard. He is the professor of pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, a professor of nutrition at the Harvard School of Public Health, the chief pediatric gastroenterology, Mass General Hospital at Harvard, the director of the Mucosal Immunology Center at Harvard, the director of the Celiac Research Center at Harvard. Any one of these positions is a lifelong goal for any person at the top of their field. And he has so many of them. We think he's going to win the Nobel Prize one day. We truly do. Because this is the man, he and his team identified the mechanism that causes leaky gut. And he identified that back in 1997. The protein called zonulin, that's the name of the protein. And his team has been publishing papers on this ever since. So a man at that level of education in the world, he's always careful of everything he says because he can be misquoted very, very easily.
Of course.
So his new paper that came out earlier this year, the man who always is very careful of what he says, the title of this paper, now he's published over 213 papers so far, but the title of this paper, All Disease Begins in the parentheses leaky gut. The role of zonulin, this protein, the role of zonulin in the development of chronic inflammatory disease. Now, we know that all diseases are chronic inflammatory diseases, that every disease is a disease of inflammation. The cell is on fire. It's just a question. Is it a brain cell or a kidney cell? Is it gasoline or kerosene? But it's always a fire, always. MS is an inflammatory disease.
Absolutely.
So here we have the head of Harvard's pediatric gastroenterology saying all disease begins in the leaky gut. Well, what about MS? All disease begins in the leaky gut. Well, what about rheumatoid? All disease begins in the leaky gut. Well, what about psoriasis? All disease. Do you get my point? That we don't.
Yes, everything is related.
This is the big picture that we all have to think from when we want to interrupt the development of disease that's going on for us. There is never going to be a pill to fix MS. Excuse me, but there will never be a pill because MS is not a deficiency of a pill. MS is a chronic inflammatory disease. And there are many, many steps over the years that have to occur before you ever get a symptom. But in those early stages, so I'm going to go now to a concept. Well, no, I'll stay with Fasano first. I had these slides and it was well organized, you know.
I'm very sorry.
So Professor Fasano says that there are 5 pillars in the development of all chronic inflammatory diseases, including MS. 5 pillars that hold the disease up. The first is your genetics. Now, you can't do anything about your genetics. That's the deck of cards that you were dealt in life, right? But whether that gene gets turned on or turned off is completely dependent on the next 3. The next 3 are environmental triggers. Things that we're exposed to that activate our genes or quiet down our genes. And the most common source of environmental trigger causing inflammation is what's on the end of your fork. You can't live in a moldy house. You cannot. If you live in a moldy house and your genetics are for your nervous system to be affected, you are not going to get well if you live with mold. And that's very, very common with MS, very, very common. So the second pillar is environmental triggers. The third pillar is the environmental triggers alter your microbiome, the good and bad bacteria in your gut. So now we know that over 1/3, it's actually 36% of all of the molecules in the bloodstream at any one time. Now your bloodstream is just a highway inside your body, and all the traffic's going in the same direction, right? I mean, there's no lanes of traffic, so everything's bumping into each other, but it's all going the same way.
Absolutely.
36% of all of the molecules in your bloodstream are the metabolites and the proteins. That's like the exhaust of the bacteria in your gut.
Yes.
36% of everything in your bloodstream is what's coming from the bacteria in your gut.
Yes.
Now, why is that? For every message from the brain going down to tell the gut what to do, it's Dr. Michael Gershon at Princeton that taught us this back in 1999. For every message from the brain going down telling the gut what to do, there are 9 messages from the gut going up telling the brain what to do.
Yes.
The ratio is 9-1.
9-1. Oh my God.
9-1. And how does those messages get to the brain? It's the molecules in the bloodstream that are produced by the exhaust of the bacteria. Okay. So the control of the hormones in your brain, called neurotransmitters,
right.
All of those neurotransmitters that determine how our brain works, how the brain cells regenerate, how brain cells get destroyed, all of those neurotransmitters, the balance of them is controlled by the messages coming from the gut.
The gut. Okay.
So the more out of balance your gut is, the more the message for inflammation is going up to your brain.
Okay.
Every MS patient needs to rebuild a healthy, diverse microbiome as a component of what it takes to stop the momentum. When you've got a chronic inflammatory disease, it's a boulder going downhill. Just rolling downhill faster and faster, right?
Right.
You think there's going to be a pill that's going to stop the boulder? That's never going to happen. The best that you can do is to get a whole bunch of dirt, pour it downstream a little bit more, so that as the boulder comes downhill, it gets tapered off, and then eventually you can go back up to better health. You have to understand this picture when you're diagnosed with MS. There will never be a pill. Now, of course, there's medications to help you function, of course, but it doesn't stop the progression of the disease.
Yes, it doesn't. Yeah.
So it's great to take medication to help you function, but you have to get wise. Where is this coming from? All disease begins in the leaky gut. So genetics, environmental triggers, and it'll take you 6 months to a year to learn what most of the environmental triggers are that are causing inflammation in your brain. You don't learn this in a day. Altered microbiome is number 3, which creates the inflammation in the gut, which creates the intestinal permeability, number 4. Now, what is intestinal permeability? Mrs. Patient, your intestines are a tube. They start at the mouth, go to the other end. One big long tube kind of winds around in there.
Absolutely.
If you think of a donut, if you could stretch a donut out, one big long donut, and if you could look down the donut, that's your digestive tract. It's a big long tube. So when you swallow food, it's not in your body. It's in the tube.
Absolutely, yes.
And it's got to go through the walls of the tube to get into the bloodstream. Well, how does that occur? When you eat foods, they have to be broken down. It's called digestion. Think of a pearl necklace. Protein is a pearl necklace. And the acid in your stomach undoes the clasp of the pearl necklace. Now you have a string of pearls. And it's your enzymes, digestive enzymes, that act like scissors, snip, 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 smaller and smaller and smaller, until you're down to each pearl of the pearl necklace. That's called an amino acid. Now, the inside of your tube is lined with cheesecloth. So only, do you know what cheesecloth is?
I have seen in your videos, but I don't know actually.
Okay, cheesecloth, when you make a gravy, you pour the gravy through a cloth so that only the liquid comes through.
Yes,
And it's gauze or cheesecloth.
Okay.
So the inside of your lining, your intestinal lining, is lined with cheesecloth. So only really small molecules, after they're snipped down, they can go through the gauze, through the cheesecloth, into the bloodstream.
Okay.
Now your body uses those pearls of the pearl necklace to make new bone cells and brain cells and muscle cells. You can't take big molecules and put them in the bloodstream. They have to be broken down very small.
Yes.
Very small.
Yes.
Intestinal permeability or leaky gut is when you get tears in the cheesecloth. So if you get tears in the lining of the intestine, you eat really good food, but before there's been enough time to break it down, some of the bigger molecules get into your bloodstream.
Okay.
And then your immune system says, whoa, what's this? This is not something I can use to make new brain cells. I better fight this. And now your immune system makes antibodies to chicken or to raspberries or to bananas. It doesn't matter what the food is. If it got through the tears in the cheesecloth into the bloodstream, your immune system, trying to protect you, is going to fight those foods and cause more inflammation.
Okay.
And when people do a blood test to look for food sensitivities, they look at 90 different foods, and it comes back and they're positive to 25 different foods. And they say, oh my God, that's everything I eat. Well, of course it is. Of course it is. Because you got tears in the cheesecloth. Stop eating the food, heal the gut, rebuild the microbiome so you don't have permeability anymore, and then go back and test again. Now you're sensitive to 2 foods, maybe 3. That is a critical concept for people to understand, because all chronic disease is inflammatory.
Yes.
All MS is inflammatory.
Yes.
And so these 5 pillars, so these big molecules get into the bloodstream, and the 5th pillar is the inflammation throughout your body that's determined by your genetics. You know, if you pull at a chain, the chain always breaks at the weakest link. It could be at one end, the middle, the other end. It's your heart, your brain, your liver, your kidneys, wherever your genetic weak link is, that's where the chain's going to break. That's determined by your genetics. Okay. So the environmental triggers, creating an altered microbiome in the gut, creates intestinal permeability. These big molecules get through into the bloodstream, create systemic inflammation. That's the mechanism in the development of all chronic inflammatory diseases. So what does that mean? It means that when you're wanting to stop the boulder going downhill, getting worse, getting worse, getting worse, you must address the 3 pillars in the middle of the 5 pillars, right? You can't change your genetics.
You cannot, yes.
And, you know, the systemic inflammation, that's your immune system trying to protect you. Now, why is it when your immune system is trying to protect you, you can get MS? How come you get antibodies to myelin? How does that happen? Yeah. The best example that people can understand easily is if we look at the discipline of medicine, dentistry in medicine. Okay. Dentists give you antibiotics before they're going to work in your mouth. Why do they do that? When they're working in your mouth and they squirt water in your mouth and you swish it around and you lean over and you spit out the water, there's red water, there's some blood with the water when you rinse your mouth out. They just gave you leaky gums. You got leaky gums. and it takes about 3 days for the leaky gums to heal. Now, in the meantime, you have over 800 different species of bacteria in your mouth. Over 800. Some of them are good guys, some of them are bad guys. So if some of the bad guys, like streptococcus, we hear of strep infections and things like that. If strep gets through the leaky gums into the bloodstream, and if it sets up shop somewhere in your body, because it's in the bloodstream now, and maybe it's going to hang out in your liver or in your gallbladder or somewhere, and if it starts multiplying, you get a strep infection. Now, the immune system is going to make antibodies to fight the strep. And the way the antibodies understand where, because they're in the bloodstream and everything's bouncing around in the bloodstream, everything's bouncing around. How do they identify the strep? They look for a particular protein signature. Okay. So I'm going to say the protein, because proteins are made up of amino acids, I'm just going to say AABCD for the amino acids. But it's like they're looking for orange vests. Anytime they see AABCD, if they see an orange vest in the bloodstream, they fire their chemical bullet. That's really good. That's how our immune system fights bacteria.
Right.
The problem is the wrap around your nerves called myelin.
Yes.
That wrap around your nerves, the protein in the myelin includes AABCD, orange vests.
Okay.
So the antibodies that are looking for orange vests say, oh, look over there, boom, and they fire their chemical bullet at your myelin.
Right.
Now, and so they do that. That's called molecular mimicry. Okay. Now, in dentistry, because if strep gets in and sets up shop and your immune system fights strep, another tissue that has a lot of orange vests that looks like the strep bacteria signature are the valves of your heart. So the antibodies to strep start to attack the valves of your heart. That's called rheumatic fever, and that will kill you.
Yes, of course.
That is why the dentists give you antibiotics, so that after they give you leaky gums, and if some strep gets into your bloodstream, you've got antibiotics already in your bloodstream to kill the strep, so that it's not going to get a chance to set up house and to multiply, and then your immune system has to make antibodies to strep. Right. So that's the goal, is to eliminate the need for the immune system to make antibodies to strep. So the dentists give you antibiotics preventively. Okay? That's called molecular mimicry. And that happens with MS every single day. And it happens with foods. It happens with gluten. It happens with dairy. It just depends on your genetic vulnerability as to what's going to be the trigger. So the rule is you have to test. You have to test to see, do I have a problem with wheat? Well, I feel fine when I eat wheat. I don't feel bad. It doesn't matter how you feel. It doesn't matter at all, because the ratio is 8-to-1. For every one person that has gut symptoms when they eat wheat, there are 8 people that don't. They've got brain symptoms or joint symptoms or skin symptoms, but they don't have gut symptoms. So you eat a sandwich or you eat pizza, and I feel fine when I eat wheat. But if the immune system is attacking wheat, then with molecular mimicry, if that's your genetic vulnerability, you get elevated antibodies to myelin basic protein, which kills off your nerves, kills off your nerves, kills off your nerves. And what is it about myelin that makes it so bad when you've got antibodies to myelin? Oh, thank you for all the little hearts. I love seeing the little hearts because it keeps me going. Then I know people are listening, and so it keeps me going, right? So
also the wonderful comments that we are having here. Everybody's loving to hear your speech.
oh, look at this! Boom! Thank you so much. That's really nice. You know, it really is my passion to help people understand why they're going downhill. And you have to also understand our doctors are trained to try to stop the symptoms. That's very helpful to stop the symptoms, but that doesn't stop the boulder going downhill. Look at all those. That's so nice. Thank you. Thank you. You know, I'm of the older generation that we don't see this very often. So thank you so much.
While listening to you, one of the thought which is coming to my mind is, if I had a professor like you never know when I could have been a doctor someday.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's my teachers that taught me how important it was to use examples so people can understand very difficult concepts in simple language. And of course, it's much more technical than that. It's much more technical, but this is the basic mechanism. So every time you eat a food that your body is sensitive to, you get more inflammation. And if that inflammation, if your genetic vulnerability is to your nerves, you get MS, or you get Alzheimer's, or you get Parkinson's, or you get dementia. It doesn't matter the symptoms, it's the mechanism that we have to understand. All disease begins in the leaky gut. When you understand that mechanism, then you start to taper this thing. And then you can roll it uphill with the proper diet, nutrition, and get healthier and start functioning better. My wife and I traveled the world, you know, and we 7 countries. And I interviewed the world's best scientists on this topic of autoimmune disease. Because I read their research. So I know, I'm going to Spain to interview Fernandez. Or I'm going to Israel to interview Schoenfeld. And we traveled all over. And I interviewed the specialists. I then interviewed the doctors who were applying the principles that the specialists were talking about. And I asked the doctors to invite in a couple of their patients who had followed the doctor's recommendations and they had autoimmune diseases. And I'll never forget, just again and again, we put this online for free. It's called Betrayal, the autoimmune disease solution they're not telling you. Yes. And it's at thedr.com. That's my website, thedr.com/betrayal. And I'll never forget, you know, the 44-year-old woman in London. She said, you know, I took the tube to come here today for the interview. That's the underground train. Wow. And she said, it's a 7-block walk from the train station to here. And I walked. She said, it's no big deal. But then she paused and she got teary-eyed and she said, but it is. And then we show you pictures of her 2 years ago in a wheelchair with MS. She can't walk at all. And she had 7 lesions on her brain. And here she is today, no symptoms, 2 lesions left on her brain. Gluten-free, dairy-free, sugar-free diet, and started taking some nutrition. But she had mold in her house. She had to get mold out of it. She had to clean the house out professionally. She had to stop throwing gasoline on the fire. Okay. And here we show her to you 2 years later, and we show the MRIs, and there's only 2 lesions left on the brain. And you see that again and again and again. It's called Betrayal. And it's at our website for free. We've had over 600,000 people watch this, right? We're in Costa Rica right now. And we went to the organic market here last Saturday for the first time. Okay. And this woman walked up to me. She said, you're Dr. Tom. And I said, yes. She started crying. And she said, you saved my life. She had MS. And she watched Betrayal 2 years ago when it came out. And she said, look, I could hardly walk. I was using crutches, but look now. And she starts dancing for me. You know, she was like 60 years old, something like that. And I had tears in my eyes. And I said, oh, thank you so much. You made my day. That's really great. That's really great. So all of this information I'm telling you is the message of betrayal, the autoimmune disease solution they're not telling you. And that's available at thedr.com/betrayal. And it's also in my book. You can fix your brain.
Fix your brain.
Yes, it's all in here. All of the steps, all of the analogies, all of the visuals. Because when people get diagnosed with a disease like MS, it's very, very scary. It's overwhelming. You don't know what to do because the experts that diagnose the disease are trying to stop the boulder from going downhill. And you cannot stop the boulder from going downhill. You cannot. The best that you can do is taper it so that you slowly start improving, slowly. And then all of a sudden it's got a momentum of its own going uphill because you've changed your lifestyle. That's how you deal with chronic inflammatory diseases.
And while listening to you, I had this thought in my mind that when we go to doctors, you know, after having diagnosed with MS, all they do mostly is give us a DMT and say, you should use this. Why don't people actually tell that you have other options also available, like natural things? Look at your diet, change your diet, you know, try to heal us in a very natural way.
That's a really good question, really good. And it's important that people understand that question, really important. So the answer is the medical doctors are not trained in this. They have no training in nutrition, very little. And when you talk to a gastroenterologist, when a person has gastroenterology symptoms, your gut hurts, you got gut disease, they say, for the most part, food has nothing to do with it. What kind of nonsense is that? Of course, what you put down in the tube is going to affect how the tube functions. Of course it is. And now to neurology, there was a study, I had the slides for you in my slide preparation. When a patient sees a doctor for nerve symptoms or neurology symptoms, and the doctor doesn't know what's wrong, the doctor refers the patient to a neurologist.
Yes.
And so you have to wait for weeks often to get in to see a neurologist, and they don't have much time when you get in there, and they give you some short thing, some quick response, and do this. And you go home to do that, and it doesn't work. And so you have to make another appointment with the neurologist because the family doctor can't help you at this point. He's already referred you out.
Yes.
So you go back to see the neurologist again and say, it's not helping. I'm getting worse. And when they don't know what's wrong, usually they'll try 2 or 3 different medicines to stop the symptoms. And when they don't know what's wrong, if you're persistent, they refer you to a neurology research institution.
Okay.
So the paper that I was going to show you came out of Sheffield, England, a neurology research institution. And what they said is that when the cause of a person's neurological disease is known, the percentage of people that have antibodies to gluten, meaning they're fighting gluten, is 5%.
Okay.
When the cause of a neurological disease is unknown at the Neurology Research Center, it's unknown, the percentage of people with elevated antibodies to gluten is 57%.
Oh.
And when they put them on a gluten-free diet, they often get better. And they don't know why. They don't know. Now we know more science about it, but it is so common as a component. It's not the magic cure. It's never the magic cure, But the rule is test, don't guess, test. Because wheat is the #1 food in our diet today in most parts of the world.
Especially India, that's where I belong to.
Yes.
Wheat is the #1 diet here.
Yeah, in the north of India. Yes, because it's very different between the south and in the north.
Absolutely. South is for rice and north is for wheat.
Right. So in the south, they have more kidney problems because the rice has arsenic in it, and arsenic hides in your kidneys. So they've got more kidney disease in the south. They've got more celiac disease in the north.
Yes.
And
But doctor, very frankly, being belonging to North India, I have not met many people talking about gluten. Whatever I've learned about celiac diseases is by interacting with so many doctors from around the world now. In fact, when I was diagnosed with MS around 8 years back, 9 years back now, when I told my doctor, because I was reading a lot of articles on the internet and I tried everything. I stopped my gluten, I stopped my milk, the dairy products. I stopped like almost everything. I don't even remember what I was eating. I used to be only on raw diet.
yes.
When I went to my doctor after a year, and I told him that I've stopped everything. For 1 year, I've not eaten all this. And he was like, why? He said, it doesn't matter. If you are doing fine with the DMTs, and if you eat all these, it's fine. And so I slowly started. But I don't know. But, it's just that when I speak to so many doctors like you around the world and they tell me about, natural ways of healing, trust me, I want to do that. Last week, I tried smoothie diet and, all that stuff. But I want to heal myself naturally. But I'm also scared because maybe I don't have a person physically here to guide me in that direction.
Well,
We
hosted a conference in India last year. Okay. And we had over 400 in attendance and over 4,000 on live stream. Doctors all over India and all over the world.
Celiac disease.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
And Ms. Ishi Khalsa, who is the executive director of the Celiac Society of India. She's in Delhi, very knowledgeable, a wonderful person to interview here because she can talk to people more about the alternatives in India that are available. But the rule though is autoimmune diseases are your immune system. It hasn't gone crazy. It's actually trying to protect you from something, but because of molecular mimicry, the orange vest, and your genetic vulnerability, you develop these symptoms. Someone else with the same exposures and the same sensitivity, the immune system response will develop rheumatoid. Someone else will develop psoriasis. So it's not what I'm telling you is specific to MS, it's specific to the immune system. And it just depends on your genetics and how you've lived your life to this point as to where the weak link in your chain is.
Okay. Doctor, when we talk about gluten, I have one more question to ask you here. So I saw in one of your videos, you had quoted that, we are not ruminants, so we do not do well with grasses or grains. We are really not meant to eat them. But also at the same time, you say that increased mortality is more in gluten-free diet than people who are taking gluten. So what is the connection here?
Good question. Humans are not designed to eat wheat. Not all grains in general. I don't think I said that. I should not have. That's a misinterpretation about all grains. That's not true because some grains are good for you. Okay. In moderation, but not wheat. Wheat activates. See, Mrs. Patient, You have the same body as your ancestors 5,000 years ago, the same kidneys, the same gallbladder, the same heart, the same lungs, the same immune system. And back then, our ancestors were worried about finding enough food. So they'd find something, the first thing, they smell it. Then they taste a little bit, and then they eat it. If the food had bad bacteria, dangerous bacteria, it's the job of hydrochloric acid in our stomach to kill it, because that acid kills anything.
Okay.
But if it did not kill it, the bad bacteria in the food that they were eating, when that food comes out of the stomach into the small intestine, going down the tube, you have sentries standing guard right there to protect you. Those sentries are called toll-like receptor 4. I mean, it's a geek word, I'm sorry. But toll-like receptor 4. They're calm, they're quiet, but they're always there to protect you in case a bad bug comes out of the stomach. They fire their chemical bullets right away, causing inflammation, and they also flip the switch to cause leaky gut, because the leaky gut brings water into the intestines to wash out, to flush out whatever the bad thing is. You get a little diarrhea. That's the job of why leaky gut is not bad for you, that we're supposed to be able to have that permeability sometimes. So the sentries, standing guard, toll-like receptor 4,
Right.
they create the inflammation, and they also turn the switch on for leaky gut. Dr. Maureen Leonard at Harvard, in 2017, she published a study. She read 64 different research papers on this topic. 64. And what she said in her summary, previous studies confirm that all individuals who eat gluten develop transient intestinal permeability. All individuals who eat gluten. So if you are watching this right now, I'm going to assume you're human. And if you're human, you fall under the category of all individuals, which means that whenever you eat wheat, you activate transient leaky gut in everybody. Now, toll-like receptor 4 is the mechanism by which that occurs in all individuals. The problem is that the body misinterprets gluten to be a dangerous bug. And so toll-like receptor 4 gets activated anytime you eat wheat. Within 5 minutes of the wheat coming out of the stomach into the small intestine. 5 minutes. And when you see the videos, it's shocking to see it. Wow, look at that. That is really cool. Wow. I'm a geek and I like seeing that stuff, right? And yes, this includes sourdough breads. Yes, it includes ancient grains. Now, there was one paper that came out that showed that if you ferment the flour, the bread, the dough, with 7 different types of Lactobacillus sanfranciscus, 7 different types, all of the toxicity is gone. And that was published about 4 years ago, but it's not commercially viable. No one can do that. So all of the sourdough bread that we can make or that we buy, all of the bread, all of the spelt, all of the emmer, the ancient grains, the modern grains, they all activate toll-like receptor 4 in all individuals. That's from Maureen Leonard at Harvard after reading 64 studies. Do you want to argue with her about this? You may not like it. You're like, sorry. We'll put it on your tombstone. that he liked his pizza, right?
So, yes, doctor. So we understand gluten is inflammatory and it can cause a lot of problems. But what about dairy? I remember there were times when, people used to say that, everyday milk is important for the kids, for everyone to have healthy bones for a good life. Was it only just a commercial, like a gimmick to sell dairy, or how do you take it?
That's a really good question, especially for my friend Ishi Kolsa, the director of the celiac site, because she knows all the alternatives for you in India. But the rule of thumb is test, don't guess. And in India, it's much more difficult to do tests, and they're expensive. I know. So if you're not going to do tests, you err on the side of caution, meaning if you have a chronic inflammatory disease, what are the very common triggers that we see often? And then get those out of there. So that's gluten, dairy, and added sugar. Get them out of there. Some people may need to eliminate corn. 50% of celiacs also need to eliminate corn, but not everyone. But if you're not going to do the testing, you err on the side of caution. And so how do you choose your foods? It's called the rainbow diet. You want to eat the colors of the rainbow, the reds and the blues and the purples and the greens and the yellows and the oranges. You want to eat as many different colors every day, because all of those colors, the composition that makes up those colors, are called polyphenols. Another geek word, sorry. But those polyphenols, they help protect you from the virus that we're currently dealing with. They turn on the genes for no inflammation or for reduced inflammation across the board. So, and the goal is, and give yourself 2, 3, 4 months, but the goal is 50 different foods per week. 50 foods per week. Yes, every week. And it's not difficult. When you make a salad, you got the greens, that's yellow. Put some tomato in there, that's red. Shred some carrot, that's orange. Slice some cucumber, that's whitish. Put some sprouts in there. And you see you've got 5, 6, 8, 10 different colors just in a salad. And then you can saute some vegetables. It's easy to get 50 different foods per week once you're thinking about it and exploring a little at a time. Most people are somewhere between 10 and 15 foods a week that they eat. Not enough, by far, not enough. Absolutely not. So rainbow diet, gluten-free, dairy-free, added sugar-free.
Okay, that's wow. Oh my God, 50 foods in a week sounds too difficult.
Yeah.
But, yeah, but we have to follow it. Means we have to be very scheduled and systematic in our diet as well.
That's right.
There's one more thing about Instagram, that if we are live for around 60 minutes, it gets disconnected. And if you have time, if you want to continue, we can join back again. So we have 5 minutes to go.
Okay. Let's see. Hang on 1 minute. Let me see my schedule.
As per your schedule, yes.
Our digestive system that most of us avoid, that are good foods, but because of our genetics or how we lived our lives, we have a hard time with certain foods. But in general, nuts are excellent for you to support your immune system, its cardiovascular system. What we do is we buy a pound of many different types of organic nuts. Walnuts, almonds, cashews, because I like the taste of cashews, peanuts, macadamia nuts, and we put them in a big bag or a big bowl, not a bowl, a jar in the freezer to keep them fresh. And every couple of days, we take a small bowl and just scoop some out and leave them on the counter. And when I walk by, I grab a handful of nuts, a mixture of nuts. One handful a day of a mixture like that reduces your cardiovascular risk and your diabetes risk dramatically. And I've not seen a study that talks about the mixed nuts, but I've seen studies on eating almonds, eating walnuts, eating peanuts, just and 32% reduction in high blood pressure, 27% reduction in cardiovascular disease, heart attacks and strokes. You know, the studies go on and on. So I don't know which one to eat. So I'm going to mix them all together, and I'm just going to eat a handful of the mix.
Okay. What about flax seeds, the pumpkin seeds, and all the kinds of seeds?
We also throw in that jar of nuts, we throw flax seeds, chia seeds, pumpkin seeds in there. Yeah. And then you don't grind up the seeds beforehand. When we do smoothies, we'll put the seeds in a little coffee grinder. And then we go, and then pour that into the smoothie because it's easier to absorb. But when you grind seeds, they start to oxidize right away. If you want to understand what that means, just take some flax seeds, grind them in a coffee grinder, taste some and save some, but taste them, say, oh, those taste really good. 4 hours later, take some fresh flax seeds, grind them in the coffee grinder, and taste them. Yep, that's what they taste like. And then taste the ones from the earlier grind 4 hours ago. You go, ooh, oh, there's a difference. That's oxidation. That causes inflammation in your body.
Oh my God.
So don't grind the seeds ahead of time. Grind them when you eat them if you want to, but not in advance.
Wow. That's quite information. It's an eye-opener. I know for many of the people who are actually following smoothie diet and having seeds like this, because I know many of them are actually grinding, they don't just eat as it is.
Yes.
Doctor, it's almost 60 minutes since I'm live, so I'll disconnect and then we can rejoin after a minute.
Okay, and then I'll come back the same way we came
in.
Okay.
Same way.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Hi, it's Dr. Tom O'Brien. I want to get this message to you. In 2013, I decided that I needed to come up with a methodology. But every week, that if you leave food in plastic containers in the refrigerator or not, the next day that food has phthalates in it. And when you eat the food, you're getting more phthalates, environmental triggers that your immune system, trying to protect you, goes after, and because of molecular mimicry, it may attack your brain. So that's phthalates. But there's so much nail polish, that the phthalates in nail polish are in your bloodstream in 5 minutes. Now, there's no evidence that the amount of phthalates that leach out of nail polish into your bloodstream are toxic to humans. There is no evidence whatsoever. Okay. But this stuff accumulates in your body. Give me 20 years of a little girl that's putting nail polish on. Now she's 25, now she's 28, maybe she's 30. She's been doing this for 25 years. Now she gets pregnant. Now, but she's got all these chemicals in her body. 2017, Chicago. 346 pregnant women. They checked the urine in the 8th month of pregnancy. How much phthalates did these women have in their urine? And there's hundreds and hundreds of phthalates. And they measured 5. How much, what quantity of phthalates was in the urine of these women in the 8th month of pregnancy? Okay. They categorized them in fourths. The lowest, the next one, the third, and the highest. Then they followed the offspring of these pregnancies for 7 years. Okay. And when the children turned 7 years old, they did Wechsler IQ tests on them, the official IQ test. Okay. This was every child whose mother was in the lowest or was in the highest quartile of phthalates in urine in pregnancy, compared to the children whose mothers were in the lowest quartile. Every child in the highest quartile, their IQ was 7 points lower. 6.7 to 7.4 points lower. Now that doesn't mean anything to anybody until you understand that a 1 point difference in IQ is noticeable. A 7 point difference in IQ is the difference between a child working really hard, getting straight A's in school. No evidence, but they accumulate in your body. That's why, and every newborn child in America today, when they do the studies, it's at least 200. One study showed 280 chemicals in children's umbilical cord blood at birth that are not supposed to be there. Mom is a walking sewage dump. And the result, and that's why autism is going like this. That's why Alzheimer's is going like this, because the amount of toxic chemicals in our body. That's why autoimmune diseases are going like this. You have to identify the environmental triggers that are setting off the inflammation in your body. Because it's going down. The only way you're going to do this is to identify the environmental triggers. That is the only way.
Dr. Then this way, we are using a lot of things. We're using plastic wrappers to store our sandwiches.
Right.
We are using like you said, the coffee mug lid, which is plastic. We're even using
nuclear blasts in Nevada. It's safe. Don't worry about it. It was safe. Don't worry about it. That was in 1950. In 1970, they were telling us, don't worry about cigarette smoking. It's safe. In 1980s, they were telling us, don't worry about deep fried foods and margarines. They're safe. In the 1990s, they started telling us, don't worry about electromagnetic pollution. It's safe. And blankets on your bed are soaked in flame retardant chemicals. The flame retardant chemicals outgas into the air after 20, 30, 40 washings. There's still residues of the chemicals that are outgassing into the air. Now, there's no evidence that the amount of chemicals that outgas into the air is toxic to humans. Of course there's not. But this stuff is accumulative in your bodies. Never in history have we been exposed. No human has any protective mechanisms from all of this. I saw a question come through earlier. Now, someone said, I believe in vaccines. I think vaccines are very wise. I don't know that we'd be here if we didn't have all the vaccines that we have in the world. I don't think vaccines necessarily are a bad thing, but this one that they're rushing through, they usually take years to develop, and they're jumping through so many, skipping corners, and just read the science. And hundreds of scientists are extremely concerned about what's happening right now. And they publish their papers, and they have to be careful of how they say it, because it gets pulled. If it goes against the common line, it gets pulled. But we've never had this amount of toxic exposure in history. Humans do not have any protection against this. We have no protection against trichloroethylene. We have no protection against benzene. If you put the fuel in your car, do you sometimes smell the fuel while you're doing it?
Yes.
That's benzene. Benzene kills your brain cells. When you're smelling it, it's going up through your nose, right to your brain, killing brain cells, killing brain cells, killing brain. Well, I don't feel bad when I smell gas. Well, that's because it isn't killing enough cells to really be noticeable. If you've got, I'll make up a number, you've got 10 billion brain cells. I made up a number. Every time you pump gas and you smell the gas, you kill off 5,000 against 10 billion. You don't feel anything. But give me 20 or 30 years of once a week smelling benzene. Now you got a problem. It's like, wake up, world. Wake up, world. That's why you have to read this book. You Can Fix Your Brain, is because this just makes sense. And when you start reading this and you do an OMG again and again and again, oh my God. And I give you over 350 studies in the book. So anything I say, there's the reference. Go get the study and check it out for yourself. And you will see, wow, this is accurate. Wow, this is accurate. It's like, wake up, world.
Doctor, it's like some things are just not in control. For example, I'll give an example. The place where I stay in, like Mumbai, it's in the heart of the city, South Mumbai, which is the poshest area in Mumbai. There, I'm living, which is very close to the chemical factory. I know it's harmful.
Yeah.
I know it's scary, it's dangerous, but because Mumbai is so crowded and so expensive, and we have to have a house somewhere, good place to live in. We can't help it. We just can't. Now we are even talking about 5G technology, and earlier we were talking about 4G. We know 5G is going to be harmful to all the human race, but that is coming up. Something control.
It's overwhelming. It's truly overwhelming. And that's why the only way that I know that anyone can be successful is 1 hour a week. Just 1 hour a week. You just learn one little thing. So when you learn about the plastic storage containers, you go, I don't know in India, but in my book, I've got 3 URLs for glass storage containers. So you go to mileskimball.com or Amazon or whatever the third one was. You say, oh, those are, I like those. And you order 3 round ones and 2 square ones and 1 for pie. And you pay with the credit card, you hit send. You're done. It took an hour. You're done for the week. But never again will you poison your family with minute amounts of phthalates. And then next week, you go to houseplants, because we talk in the book about what houseplants absorb the toxins in the air. And then you get some houseplants. And then next week, you start the habit, you only run the dishwasher at night when everybody is sleeping. because the dishwasher is watertight, but not airtight. And that high temperature of the water with the toxic chemicals in the dishwashing stuff that you're using, you're breathing those toxic chemicals. So you only run it at night when there's no one in the kitchen, right? And better to get healthier detergents to use. But you have to learn all these little steps, one little thing at a time. One. It's the only way that you can be successful. And in 6 months, you got this. You've changed so many things in 6 months just by doing one baby step at a time. And if you've got MS, then you might do 1 hour twice a week or 1 hour 3 times a week. The goal is not to make yourself crazy, right? That you do this at a pace that is not going to be creating more anxiety.
Absolutely. Thank you, doctor, so much for all your advices. So fix your brain. 1 hour a week is something we all should stick to. And those who have not got this copy, please order on Amazon.com. I'm going to do that for myself today, for sure. And let's make a difference in our life.
You know, thank you for saying that. That really is the goal here. You know, I've just given you guys about an hour and a half of my time, which I'm very happy to do. I'm going to ask all of you to give 5 minutes of your time and send a message to someone you love who would benefit from listening to this, and send them the link, you know, to the Instagram thing so that they can go watch it. And just take 5 minutes, you know, spread the word. This is not complicated. These basic things will make the difference. I do a Facebook Live every Tuesday at 4 o'clock Pacific in the US time zone. That's 7 o'clock New York time zone. And it's on Facebook, thedr.com. And we just talk for an hour every week. You know, it's all free. So come join us if you wish. Go to my website, thedr.com, and just start listening to videos. Just get yourself educated a little bit at a time. Oh, thank you. Someone said already have. Thank you so much with the hearts. Thank you so much.
Everyone, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. I'll wait till we connect to some of you here. Hi Claire, hi Chef, hi Sarah, how are you all? Alright, I'm seeing many of you are joining, so let me start. Okay, so this is going to be a very interesting topic this time. It's about headaches and migraine. So this hat that I'm wearing today, it's not a gimmick. It is part of the headache. Yes, I had my Avenix and I'm having headache today. Well, to tell you that headaches are not considered as a symptom of MS, but it has also been seen that there are many cases in which we say that the cases of migraines or headaches are more than the normal people in MS. So why people with MS have more headaches than the general crowd, and what is this headaches actually, and how can they be treated in a natural way with diet and nutrition. So I'm gonna invite our guest today, whose name is Susanna, and she is a headache nutritionist and she is a dietitian, and she will tell us about headaches. I'm not able to connect to her. Give me a moment, please. Susanna, can you please send me the request here? I'm not able to connect you. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining us here. Hi.
Hi. Oh, we got it working?
Yes, it's working now. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm doing great. I have to say thank you for accepting this request and, in a very short notice, I'm doing this with us.
Yes. Well, awesome. I love doing these talks with everyone. So, and to hear people's questions and to really address things the best we can.
That's really, really kind of you. So I know, we were seeing your profile and your website, and we came to know about your fight with headaches and migraine. And you had a 10-hour surgery, which did not help you, and you actually treated your headaches yourself with good nutrition. So before we move forward with the questions and today's questions that we get from the audience, would you like to tell us in short what actually happened with you?
Yeah, sure. So I've been a dietitian for 10 years now, but a few years into being a dietitian, I ended up so I hit my head while I was skiing, and then a few days later, I started getting a whole bunch of symptoms, like really bad headaches, but they kept getting worse and worse. And with a concussion, which is what the doctors kept saying it was, it's a concussion, you need to wait, but your headaches shouldn't be actually getting worse. So that was a real red flag to me, and had to keep kind of pushing the medical system to give me an MRI. And they ended up finding a brain tumor the size of a ping pong ball pushing on my brainstem. So they had to act pretty quickly. And that was supposed to be really the cure, if you will, to those chronic headaches that I was having. But instead, after surgery and even after recovery from the brain surgery, the headaches got a lot worse, and I started getting frequent migraine attacks as well. So yeah, so after many years of trying to go the typical medical route, I really kind of went back to my own roots, which is I have my first degree is in neuroscience, and then the nutrition, of course, as well, and really started, piecing together those things for ourselves. It's just like when you go to help, your family, they never take your advice as much, but sometimes we don't take our own advice, So, yeah, so that's what really helped in the end.
All right. And so what changes did you actually make in your life, with regards to nutrition? Did you stop taking gluten altogether, like they say, or the 4 C's? What did you exactly do?
Yeah, so for me, it was really focusing on overall whole foods first and quality, making sure I was getting way more fruits and vegetables than recommended. So even more, so it's usually recommended, like 5 servings a day, and I was making sure to double that. So I was really just on top of my nutrition, really focusing on omega-3s, magnesium, some other things that really have to do with headaches. And then mainly cutting down inflammation. So for me, for my case, I didn't need to cut out gluten, but for many people that can be a good start or a good trial to cut. Gluten is certainly, especially with MS, that they found, there's one study that shows that 5 to 14% more likely to be gluten intolerant, even though they might without celiac disease. So for some people that can be a good start.
Yeah, so it actually differs. So we've heard that mainly they say that gluten you should completely avoid, while some doctors say that you should not completely avoid, but you can have it once in a while. And I think it also depends on your background. For example, Italian people who are used to having breads and pasta, it's simple for them to avoid gluten. Similarly, the case with Indians, it's difficult. But yeah, like they say, everybody's body is different. Everything
Everybody's
reacts
body
differently.
is different, and I think overall it's all a really it's a tolerance level for everyone. So there's
Absolutely.
always a tolerance level to gluten as well. So for some people
Yes.
that tolerance level is really low, and then for other people they can tolerate a lot more. And it also depends where you're located, how much the grain has kind of been changed over the years, and so there's some thought that the gluten is a bit different in Europe compared to North America, so there's some changes there too. Yeah,
that is so true. Okay. Speaking about the technical aspects of headache. So, what kind of headaches do we see normally in MS patients?
yeah. So there's a lot of tension headaches. There's a huge association between migraine headaches and MS as well. So, but in the end, all headaches, there's over 100 different subclassifications of headaches, and differences in severity levels. But as soon as you're having any type of head pain, then you can kind of look at what are some of the nutrition different changes we can make to lessen that severity. So it's not so much the type of headaches that matter as much. It's really that if you're getting them, then you want to target really that head pain and the inflammation that's happening in the head especially, and the rest of the body.
Okay. But what do we describe tension headaches as? I mean,
Yeah,
what
so
is this exactly?
yeah, tension headaches can really be pain in any part of the head. So for a lot of people, they experience a lot of pain in the forehead. For a lot of migraine patients, it would be pain on one side of the face, but for some people, it's both sides of the face. It can be the ocular nerve where your eyes just feel like you want to like kind of pull them out. Could be the back of the head. So there's really a lot of different kind of ways that it manifests. But those are some things to watch for sure.
Right. I know that when I started having headaches, I started having headaches after 6 or 7 years of MS diagnosis. I never had migraine ever before. And the kind of migraine I have is one side mainly. And whichever side I have, my entire face of that side just swells out. It's embarrassing, to go on about this way. So that's really, oh my God, frustrating. But yes, I know that my doctor has also prescribed me medicines for migraine specifically. But I chose not to take those because I thought, I want to heal myself more naturally with more rest, lots of water, and cutting down on the cheese and the chocolates and all. So that's my take.
Because medications certainly have a huge place, and if it makes you feel better, then that's really important. But there's a point where we're just taking too many medications, and then that just contributes to fatigue and other symptoms. That whenever we can, we want to really take the lifestyle approach, because in the end, a medication isn't getting to the root cause. It's really just that Band-Aid solution. So if we can get lower down and get to that root cause, then that's what really makes a difference in the long run. So.
Absolutely. I'm going to read out all the comments that I'm getting. So I can see Jellylex has written about the diet we were talking about. She has written, it's all about balance for me. I have cut back on gluten, but I have not cut it out completely. Yes. I can see another question by MS Warriors, and he's written, sometimes I get headaches randomly for no reason whatsoever, and they can last very long. Do you know how can I avoid those?
So avoiding the headaches that last for a really long time, is that what it said? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so the main thing is to always focus on the prevention piece. So we want to, for me, I always look at the nutrition as a registered dietitian, but there's also it's really never one thing. So you really want to look at all aspects of lifestyle. So things like sleep. Are you getting at least 8 hours of sleep a night, or 8 to 9? And in today's society, we often let the sleep go, but the sleep has the most important part for that brain repair. Are we controlling our stress through meditation, deep breathing, and whatever we can do stress-wise to kind of relax more often? And then from the nutrition point of view, there are multiple different kind of food groups to pay attention to. Would you like me to jump into that now, or?
Yes, of course we can talk about that.
Okay. So overall, I really like to think of things as trigger buckets. So for say the regular population who doesn't really deal with headaches, or they deal with them once in a while, then I kind of think of them as having a bucket like this size, a medium-sized bucket, and all of the different triggers, whether it's food, sleep, stress, hormones, all these things kind of add into that bucket. And once it reaches the level, the threshold, then a headache starts. But those who deal with headaches or migraine or anything on a regular basis, we have a much smaller bucket. So we've got the regular population, and then we've got the migraine population, where their bucket just fills much sooner. But it's multiple different triggers that add to that bucket. So you want to, some of those are unavoidable. Some of it is environment. Some of it is, for many people, the stress is, can be dealt with, but unavoidable overall. And so something that we can control is our nutrition overall. And so some things to really pay attention to. So this is for migraine patients overall, but also MS patients, is to really focus on omega-3s and getting enough omega-3s, but especially omega-3 through natural forms of food. So I think most people are aware that, oh, I need to take more omega-3, but then they take it in the supplement form, which is great. That helps, most certainly. But then we kind of avoid the food aspect. And the food aspect is like that synergy. There isn't just omega-3 in the food. There's all these other nutrients. So really making sure that you're getting at least 2 sources of fatty fish or alternatives every week. But even more than that, to help with the myelin and to help with that, just getting that fatty, those fats into the brain. So we can look at fish like mackerel has the highest quantity of omega-3, then salmon, herring, oysters, sardines. Those are all really high fatty fish. And then alternative sources would be things like flaxseed oil, hemp seeds, chia seeds, walnuts. So really making sure there's a lot of that in the diet, and not just resorting to the supplements. So, and then the next thing to think about is antioxidants. So with MS, there's a lot of oxidation going on in the brain, and with migraine, there's so many similarities between the two. But with all of the oxidation happening in the we wanted to make sure. We're still take a second.
Yeah, antioxidants, yes.
So we want to make sure that we're getting a lot of like bright colored foods. So lots of fruits and vegetables, the colorful ones. So I think most people think of antioxidants as blueberries, raspberries, strawberries, like the berries we know have a lot of antioxidants, but things like pecans are extremely high in antioxidants. Flax is extremely high in antioxidants. So dark chocolate is another one and dark chocolate of 70% or more has a lot of antioxidants. As soon as you're adding milk and sugar, it loses kind of all those antioxidants. Artichoke, goji berries. So all of these are really high in antioxidants to break down that oxidation that's happening in the head and the inflammation that results from it. So really focusing on a lot of antioxidants. And as I said at the very beginning, that's one of the main things that made a difference, was rather than following the recommended levels of fruits and vegetables, to increase that to the next level and take that much more. And in many ways, it's easier said than done, right? Like when you're feeling fatigued, you're not feeling well, you're just completely drained, and if you have a migraine on top of that, like food is kind of last. Yes. You're just doing what you can, right? Yeah. And in those moments, for sure, you just want to get by and do what you can. But on the days where you're feeling well, really increase and really focus. It often comes down to planning ahead. And even planning ahead could be an hour ahead. Say, okay, I want to have lunch at 1 p.m. What are some vegetables that I can include in that lunch?
Yeah.
And really thinking of the easier prepared vegetables. So there's a lot of frozen vegetables that are excellent because what happens during harvesting is that if it's going to be a frozen vegetable, they take it from the plant and they freeze it right away. So all those nutrients are frozen and there. Whereas if you're with fresh vegetables, which often are more time consuming, we might buy them all and then they sit in the fridge. But with each day after harvesting, it does lose some nutrients. So actually, going with frozen vegetables is a great option. So things like frozen broccoli, they've got all those steamable bags that are really great. That's a really quick way to get some vegetables in. Throwing things in like chopped spinach, chopped kale, throwing that into any soup or any casserole or smoothies, exactly. Other things that I like are like spiralized vegetables. So say I was going to have a pasta dish, I always put half pasta, half spiralized butternut squash or carrots. Those two especially are really great to put with the pasta. But always having that on hand. Butternut squash is another one that I always have in the freezer because I hate cutting it up. Like taking off the skin, it like kills my wrists. So that's something to have in the freezer too. And that can be added to soups and all kinds of things. So
yes, but what you are saying is absolutely right. We need to find the nutrients in what we are eating. So have natural stuff more than have depending on supplements. But since we are MS patients and we know that maybe we have more deficiency of certain minerals or nutrients than the other general crowd. In that way, no matter how much food we take, the nutrients we take from the food, we are still going to be deficient of something more than the other. So what do you think about that? How can we, and what, so for example, if we are taking care of our diet well, having flax seeds and all the other things that you feel, everything that you suggested, what are the other supplements that you think that we should mandatorily take that that keeps our level proper?
Yeah, so some of the ones that are best, that have the best evidence behind them, because with supplements, it's easy to be, eventually you look at your supplements and you're on 20 supplements, and then how much of that are we absorbing, right? So the ones you really want to focus on are vitamin D for sure. There's a lot of evidence behind that one for MS, especially in the months that we can't get vitamin D through the sun. So like I live in California and I still don't get it through the sun between October and April because you're wearing long sleeves. So even though it's very sunny out here, like I'm wearing long sleeves, so I'm not getting the vitamin D. So really taking vitamin D through supplement. That's number one for me. Next would be magnesium, because there's something like 60% of the population that isn't getting enough magnesium through food. So that can be a good supplement to, like, you still want to get it through food, but then that can really help top it up. Sorry, I just need to grab a sip of water here.
Yeah, of course. I keep it ready with me all the time.
Another one that's been shown to be often deficient for headache sufferers is riboflavin, or B2.
Okay.
So that one is there's some ways to get it through food for sure, and something like nutritional yeast. Have you used that before? That it's something, it's like a powder that you can sprinkle on foods, and that's a really good way to get B2 without having to take a supplementation.
People mostly talk about B12. B2 is something we have hardly heard of.
Okay, there we go. So yeah, in migraine research, B2 is a popular one to make sure that a lot of people just aren't getting enough of. Actually, I'm just gonna grab my nutritional yeast to show everyone. Just a second.
Sure. So everybody who's listening to this, B2, vitamin B2 is something we all have to pay attention to. We have never spoken about this earlier.
Yeah, anyone who suffers with MS and headache, the two components, then B2 would be a good one to watch for. So this is nutritional yeast. Have you seen that before? It's
No, I'm
seasoning.
in India, so maybe this brand I don't get here.
Right. So it's a seasoning that you can kind of sprinkle on foods. A lot of people use it instead of it's very popular amongst vegans to use it instead of cheese, but it's nice to sprinkle on things just to get those B vitamins, but then it's also at the same time as you're eating. And actually that's a good point. For vitamin D, you want to take vitamin D at the same time as a meal.
Okay.
It just really helps with the absorption.
Okay. Vitamin D
okay.
and B12. Yes.
Yes. So
B2, sorry. Yeah, you're going to say something?
So just recapping: vitamin D, magnesium, vitamin B2.
Yes.
And then for headache sufferers, another good one is coenzyme Q10. Okay. And it just really helps with energy levels. And they've found that to often be deficient in the headache population. So that could be another one to watch for and to try for a few months to see if it helps.
That's very interesting.
Yeah, there's a whole kind of other list of things, but those are the main ones to focus on. And it's always good to kind of get a nutrient assessment done to see which nutrients you're lower in. I've yet to work with anyone who isn't either deficient in something or quite low in something through their food. So definitely kind of watching for that. And it doesn't always show up on blood tests, because some blood tests are just measuring the serum levels and not necessarily what you're getting through food. So it is good to get kind of the food assessment and really, but definitely taking the vitamin D test to see what your levels are for vitamin D, especially in the winter months, because that's when people go really low.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I can see other questions, a lot of questions coming up. I've got a real question by Ashwin Kaur. She said, I'm currently in degree college, and my course is such where there is a lot of stress involved. And I already get a lot of headaches due to stress. And I really don't want it to be a trouble in the long run. So what do you recommend for this?
Oh man, yes. I remember that all too well.
Oh God, yes.
Yes, the stress of school is one that's hard to kind of avoid and get through. But my best recommendation there is to make sure you're going to bed at the same time and waking up at the same time. I wish I knew the importance of that when I was in school, because when we're having really late nights and then going to bed at the normal time and then sometimes an all-nighter, it really just messes with our overall sleep. And our sleep is so essential for repair and for calming the nerves and giving our bodies a break. So that would be number one. But number two would be really adopting some meditation practices and some deep breathing, because even 5 minutes makes a huge difference. So when you're feeling extra stressed and you're trying to study and you're saying, I'm not ready, then just check in with yourself and say, okay, I need a 5-minute break. And you just close your eyes and you just remind yourself, like, okay, thoughts, I'm just observing my thoughts. I'm just letting it go. And that's been a huge change in my life that I didn't realize the importance of when I was in school. And from the nutrition front, it would come back to planning the meals. And I don't mean planning like this is what I'm going to eat every, time of the day kind of thing, but it's really like thinking ahead. Say it's breakfast time and you say, okay, well at lunch, here's what I want to eat. And it just takes a lot of that decision making away, that the decision making of school is already so high up that we don't need to add even more decision making on top of it. So just jotting down, like, here's what I want for lunch, here's what I want for supper, anytime that you go grocery shopping, to really write down, like, here's 5 meals that I can make really quickly. So I find that makes a big difference. I just jot on the fridge, here's 5 meals that
being organized.
Yeah. And
That's
then
what
avoid making leftovers too. So yeah.
Absolutely. I know that, it's not just with the students who have lots of stress, it's also with the professional people nowadays, the corporate people. And also, I have been talking to a lot of people who have been newly diagnosed with MS. They have a different level of stress and anxiety, which gives them headache. So the main mantra is to keep yourself calm, relaxed, and try to be focused on the positive things.
Yeah.
Like you said, take a deep breath and think, not to be anxious about anything.
Yeah, that's a great, it comes down to thoughts too. Like we often go in those spirals, especially around school, like I'm not good enough, or I'll never be prepared enough, or I'm not good at memorizing, all those things, those limiting beliefs that come in our head. And it's just kind of recognizing them from an, like more of a stand away kind of thought. Sometimes it's even helpful to write them down kind of on Post-it notes and put it on the wall and then look at it and say, well, is that true? Or is that, like, has that been shown in my life? Or is it just those spiraling thoughts that are getting in the way? And then it can be really helpful to have a few things written down of really positive moments in your life, or even times that you aced a test and stuff, and then you change your thought to like, oh no, like I've done this before, I've got this. So it's not